Good evening. It is 6 o'clock, and I call to order the May 18th, 2021 Board of Trustees meeting. Do I hear a motion to enter executive session to consider employment recommendations for the 2021-2022 school year?
Madam Chair, I move that we move into executive session to hear employment recommendations for the 2021-2022 school year.
Thank you, Dr. Powers. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Oswald. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? And the motion carries. All right, we will now enter into executive session. Do I hear a motion to conclude executive session and begin general session?
Madam Chair, I move that the board conclude executive session and begin general session.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Dr. Powers. All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries. All right. I now call to order the general session of the May 18th Board of Trustees meeting. We are meeting tonight in compliance with CDC recommendations. The auditorium has been thoroughly cleaned and sanitized before the meeting and will be after the meeting as well. District staff will also sanitize the microphone before and after staff presentations or individuals speaking during citizens' participation. All board members, employees, or other individuals in attendance are encouraged to social distance and should wear a face covering at all times. There is limited seating to maintain social distancing. Once that seating is filled, attendees are asked to go to the staff development room, overflow room, where they can watch the meeting while observing social distancing guidelines. As you probably noticed, things looked a little bit different on the way in, out in the parking lot, and I'm going to ask Dr. Little just to explain that for a moment.
Yes, Madam Chair. Just wanted to let the board know we certainly worked in collaboration with Lexington Police Department. After our May 4th meeting, they identified some safety and security concerns. And so we just wanted to make sure that tonight was safe for all of our citizens who would want to attend and could do so safely.
Thank you, Dr. Little. The public is encouraged to watch the meeting on our YouTube channel. After the meeting, the district will follow its previously established process by posting a video of the meeting to the district's YouTube channel, Lex One video site, and our own website. The district is in compliance with the South Carolina Freedom of Information Act by notifying the media of the date, time, and place of the meeting. The district tapes the meeting for accuracy in preparing the minutes. I now yield the floor to Ms. Jada Garris to lead the Pledge of Allegiance.
Madam Chair, fellow board members, staff, and guests, please rise and join us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much, Ms. Garris. Okay, on to 5.0, approval of the agenda. Ms. Katie Carter, a citizen, has requested that she be added to the agenda for tonight's meeting to address the board regarding the 2021-2022 general fund budget. Pursuant to policy BEDB, if a majority of the board would like to add her to the agenda, we can do that. Is there a motion to amend the agenda and add a presentation by citizen Katie Carter to the agenda as item 8.1?
I make that motion.
All right, thank you, Ms. Garris. Do we have a second?
I'll second for discussion.
Thank you, Dr. Guyton. All right, board. We have an amendment proposed to our agenda. Ms. Garris, would you like to just elaborate on the request that we've received?
Yes, so Ms. Carter has sent several emails back and forth between the board chair and the superintendent. She followed board policy in requesting to be added to the agenda, and I see no reason why she shouldn't be.
Thank you. Board, is there any discussion about the request?
So what has she stated that she exactly wants to talk about?
She has indicated that she would like to address the board about the 2021-2022 general fund budget.
And have any of you received any communication from her other than just the request to be on the agenda? Like any questions, any?
Oh, yeah, this is Jada. She's asked me a lot of questions over the last
Thank you.
week.
About the budget?
Yes, about budget.
Did the rest of the board receive those questions?
I've not received anything from her.
Oh, I don't know if the rest of the board received those questions. I'm not sure who she was emailing. I just respond to every email I get, so.
I did not receive any requests for information or did the finance office or the superintendent's office receive questions from Ms. Carter regarding the budget?
I believe Mr. Salters had some interaction.
I had one question related to a copy of a contract, which I responded to today.
Thank you. Anyone else have any questions or comments about the request?
Yeah, you know, this is a tough one. The policies stated were policy KCA, policy BCBI, and policy BEDB. Policy KCA was issued in 5/1985. Policy BCBI was issued in 5/1985. Both dates adopted, or excuse me, previous one was adopted back in 72. But no update since 1985. Policy BEDB, which only addresses the agenda question, does not address time, was amended in 2016. You know, I think that the issue here is, and I completely agree with Ms. Carter, our policies are inconsistent, period. There is an inconsistency that exists in these policies. Does that need to be addressed? Absolutely. Without question, without hesitation, we need to address these policies. Does Lexington School District 1 of 1985 look like Lexington School District 1 of 2021? No, it doesn't. I think there's maybe this idea out there that as a board, we don't listen. As a board, we're not approachable. As a board, the only way to get our attention is through the lectern. I would argue against that. I think this is a board that works. I think if you specifically go to policy, give me 1 minute. If you specifically go to policy BCBI, during the 15 minutes set aside for public participation, the chair will divide the time according to the number of participants, not to exceed 3 minutes for any one speaker. During the 15 minutes set aside for public participation. I think it's very clear from not just last board meeting, but from other board meetings, that is not something we have enforced. We have not just allotted 15 minutes for public participation. If you wish to address us, I think we have been diligent in allowing that and not enforcing policy. I think this is a board that is interested in processes. I think this is a board that is interested in making sure that we protect the students, that we protect the district, and quite frankly, we protect the community. So while I would like to have seen at least some due diligence for any request about being added to the agenda, I have seen none. To answer the question directly, I have seen nothing come to me about specifics. I think if we were to have that, it would allow us to be better prepared. I also find no fault in the approach that was taken to be added. I think it falls within policy guidelines. Do I think we need to absolutely review these policies and bring them up to date? Without question. The days of 1985 are over, and I think we need to come into 2021 while, and please don't hear this incorrectly, while maintaining the practice of citizens' participation and the ability to approach us. That's my 2 cents.
Well, and I would just like to add that, I mean, the board has, in our responses to Ms. Carter's request to be on the agenda, we, in good faith, we have responded. You know, our budget process this year started a month earlier than it usually does. We had a time of the board setting budget priorities in March, and so really 4 months out of our 12-month year, we will have talked about the budget. Since we first put it kind of into the discussion for the public, we've had 5 board meetings at which Ms. Carter or anyone else could come and address us during community participation about the budget. Ms. Carter declined that. And we will have 2 more opportunities before we vote on the budget for community participation. We also have a public hearing coming with a 3rd reading, and that is the time that we really take public input on the budget. Additionally, we welcome emails, phone calls, not only to the board members about the budget, and that we'll happily answer, but to the superintendent's office or to the finance office. And so I feel like, and when we've asked Ms. Carter, a little bit more information about what she wants to address, it's just the general fund budget. And I feel like there's the good faith part of that is, as a board, we have to be responsible in the time that we use in our agenda because we have a lot of business to conduct. And we need to make sure that that presentations are appropriate and that they are within our, our governance, and that they're timely, and having no sense of what the intent of Ms. Carter's presentation is, because that hasn't been shared with us. I'm extremely reluctant to extend more than just the time on community participation to her. So that's my 2 cents. So anyone else have any thoughts or comments?
I guess what I would say is if a board, we were not having an issue addressed that we felt like the chair and the superintendent need to address that was valid and brought to the community, this is a pathway for us to do it. But by voting for it, we're endorsing the idea or the discussion, and I don't know what I'm voting for. So again, I would continue to encourage our community to talk to us as board. That's why they elected us. And again, we will advocate for the issues through our channels, as we do today, as we would do tomorrow, as we did yesterday. So that would be my recommendation.
And I would add that, the administration and the board are responsive to what we hear from the community, because the 2nd reading that we will hear tonight of the budget contains changes that have been made since the 1st reading. And that's the reason we have 3 readings of our budget. And most school districts don't have 3 readings of their budget. They have 2 readings of their budget. But we are extremely transparent and extremely open about our budget process. And also, we are constrained quite a bit by what the General Assembly does, and they're in sine die right now, so they're not even talking about their budget right now. And so we'll have to wait for what they do to really even resolve what our budget is going to look like when it's finally voted on. So is there anyone have any other comments about?
This is Jade. I just have one more thing to say. I had printed out these emails before I came. In addition, she also says in one email, I want to represent myself on the topic of the 21-22 general fund budget and board policy. So, and the board oversees policy, so that's something else you wanted to talk about.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Garris, for that clarification. All right, board, is there any other discussion? All right, we have a motion to amend the agenda to add a presentation by citizen Katie Carter to the agenda as item 8.1. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Would you mind raising your hand? Thank you, too. And all opposed, please raise your hand. All right, and the amendment is defeated. All right, do I hear a motion to approve the agenda as presented?
So moved.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Dr. Powers. Is there any discussion? All right, thank you. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? And the motion carries. Board members, you have received the minutes of the April 13th and April 20th board meetings. Other than the corrections that have been received and made, are there any other corrections to the minutes? All right, hearing none, the minutes will be accepted as presented. All right, and moving on to 7.0, reports and action items from executive session. Do I hear a motion to approve 39 certified recommendations for the 2021-2022 school year?
Madam Chair, I move that the board approve 39 certified recommendations for 2021-2022 school year.
Thank you, Mr. Oswald. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Dr. Powers. Is there any discussion?
Mr. Stacy, will you talk us through where we are with respect to openings for the 21-22 school, no, what, yeah, 21-22 school, sorry. Too many numbers.
It is a lot of 20s.
We're about to talk the budget. That's not going to good.
There's a lot of 20s and all that. Yes, sir. So as of Friday, 5/14/21, we have 106 certified vacancies. After tonight's recommendations that you're getting ready to make, we'll have 11 administrative vacancies. And obviously, when we fill those 11 vacancies, that dominoes into classroom vacancies, so that puts it back up again. But I do feel like that we've completed accounting for all the contracts that weren't returned. And so we should start to see a downward motion with regards to vacancies. Last month, you asked about where we were about this time in previous years. And so we pulled some numbers in 17, May of 17, May 19th of 17, so right about this, I guess, a day from now, we had 84 vacancies. In June 7th of 2018, which would have given a little time to fill, that downward curve, we had 59 vacancies. And then like June 8th of 20, which was last year, we had 31 vacancies. Now, if you recall, last year we reported over and over again as we were going through the pandemic and people had not been brought back to school yet, we felt like we weren't getting the resignations that we typically would get at that time. And then we picked up quite a few more resignations July and August as we worked our way back into school. If you remember, we went all of last year, we rolled around with 27 vacancies. And we had to do some things last year, like we had to take instructional coaches and interventionists and put them back in classrooms so we had people face-to-face with teachers. So I think that the 106 at this point really reflects some of that. We've taken those coaches, we've tried to put them back out into the school, we've taken interventionists, put them back in interventionist positions, and now we're having to backfill some of those classroom teaching positions. We also, in the budget tonight, will report 72 new FTE. So 106 scares me, I'm not gonna lie, but we taught today and we feel that we're gonna try something new the week of June 1st through the 4th. It's called a Calendly Fair Week. And it's, I probably will mess this up explaining it, but it's a calendar that's hooked to your Google Calendar, and we're gonna send out advertisements via Facebook. We're gonna try to target certain areas like Greenville, South Carolina, Charlotte, North Carolina, Charleston, South Carolina, and then states up in the north that we typically do well recruiting in the spring, like New York, Ohio, and Pennsylvania. And those ads will direct them to go to this Calendly account, and they can literally schedule an interview with a principal on that. And so our principals don't even know this yet because we talked about it this morning. We're going to share this with them on Thursday so that it'll be just a big push to try to get some new people in the interview process to try to fill some of those slots. So we're going to try to make an effort that we've never done before, and I don't know how it's going to play out, but at least it's something. And
So please thank your team for all the work. And again, we'd be remiss to not focus on the number of certified staff who are coming back, and that is 2,000. What's that number?
yeah, it was over 2,000. It's like 2,900 or something.
So again, I think the board would mirror this. We would like to thank those 2,000 plus certified staff who decided to come back after a very difficult year where multiple mixed messages were told to them and the rug was ripped under their feet almost weekly. So thank you on behalf of the board.
And I would have to reiterate that we do appreciate that, and we don't want to pit anybody against anybody, but our teachers have really had a tough year, and we really need to rally around them and support them in whatever ways that we can. So thank you.
All right, any more discussion? All right. We have a motion on the table to approve 39 certified recommendations for the 2021-2022 school year. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? And the motion carries. Do I hear a motion to approve 8 administrative recommendations for the 2021-2022 school year?
Madam Chair, I make a motion to sever the slate for the administrative recommendations. and separate the Chief Technology and Innovation position
All right,
from the other 7.
all right, Ms. Henson, thank you. We have a motion to sever the 8 administrative recommendations, and make that 7 administrative recommendations, and sever the Chief Technology Officer position from that. Is there a second?
Jada seconds.
Second. All right, thank you, Ms. Garris. All right, all in favor of severing the positions, please say aye.
Aye.
Would you mind raising your hands, just to get a count? Thank you. All right, all opposed? All right, am I the tiebreaker? All right, I'm opposed. So, all right, do I hear a motion to approve 8 administrative recommendations for the 2021-2022 school year?
Madam Chair, I move that the board approve 8 administrative recommendations for 2021-2022 school year.
Thank you, Mr. Oswald. Is there a second? Second. Thank you, Dr. Powers. Is there any discussion? All right.
I mean, I have some discussion about that Chief Technology Innovation Officer position. But that's in with the rest of them. But either way, I think I've mentioned this in board meetings in the past, that that was a position that the board said, since it's newly created, we were going to have a discussion about whether to actually create it, but instead we were just presented with a resume. In addition, I mean, I was going to vote no to that anyways, but I haven't even had time to finish reading the rest of these employee recommendations, so I'll just vote no to everything then.
All right, thank you, Ms. Garris. Any other discussion? All right, all in favor of approving 8 administrative recommendations for the 2021-2022 school year, please raise your hand. All right, thank you. All opposed? Okay, thank you very much. That's 7-1, and the motion carries. All right. We are now at item 8.0, citizens participation. Lexington County School District 1's Board of Trustees solicits the advice and counsel of its citizens. To encourage this participation, the board provides a citizens participation period during board meetings. In order to speak, you must be the parent or legal guardian of a student currently attending a Lexington District 1 school, a taxpayer residing in the Lexington District 1 attendance area, an employee of the district, or a student currently attending a Lexington District 1 school. You may comment on agenda items, school operations, policies, programs, or other matters. You may not speak about specific individuals, whether students or staff. We want to remind you that this meeting is being live streamed, and the recording of this meeting will be part of the public record in perpetuity. We want to give everyone who came tonight an opportunity to speak, and in order to do that, I will call on each speaker by name and ask you to approach the lectern at the back of the room. The board will not reply to your remarks nor take any action during the board meeting in response to your comments or questions. You may address the board for up to 3 minutes. Please do not clap or make any comments either while an individual speaks or after he or she finishes. As you came in tonight, you received a card to fill out if you indicated you wanted to speak. That card asked for your name, address, and other information. However, I will only read out your name, the town you reside in, and the name of the schools your children attend when it is your turn to speak. Anyone who is uncomfortable addressing the board in person may reach out to the board by email, telephone, or mail, and our contact information is available on the Lexington One website. We welcome all messages. All right. We are going to get started with Ms. Lauren Pellington. Ms. Pellington lives in Lexington. Her child attends Pleasant Hill Elementary School, and she is the Lexington One rep for SEEA.
Dr. Little and the board, I address you tonight as no stranger to advocating for what I believe in and the support of my fellow teachers and the thousands of students that we have. After the last meeting, I apologize for the cruel and demeaning words that were not spoken but demanded. There are concerns. They are real concerns, yes. Are they allowed the liberty to share them? Absolutely. I'm not one who will be here to protest those who do not agree with me. Instead, I come here tonight for those who have concerns for further safety in the district. There's 15 days left. Had this meeting be held in May in any other year, you would see a handful of people that would have shown. Why? Because it's the end of the year. However, COVID hit and threw everyone for a loop. I'm again one of the few, but I am the voice of many. Teachers, students, and parents alike who feel the need that it needs to be said that there is a divide. The divide is not healthy for our students more than the claims that wearing a mask is. While masks are no longer mandated, we still have anger and fear. Anger because how dare you segregate kids? But fear from those, please don't read these messages. Don't read these letters that are coming in. I'm gonna still wear my mask. Fear from other students who choose to mask out of care for others. My teacher is ill. My teacher is battling cancer. We're choosing to wear the masks. I'm proud to know that some kids in the school I teach in work with my kids in the special ed classroom in a unified PE class, will openly wear their masks around my kids. They'll not wear them the rest of the school, but they'll wear them around my kids because they care. The mandate was lifted without care to those who are state testing and needing to be around people that they have not been around all year. We are at 15 days. Why is it that those who did not agree with the masks are upset? Do those who do agree with the masks and being safe within the classroom not care anymore? Woohoo, you guys won. Like no one else cares. I'm here to say that as a teacher and a parent, that over all the noise, I continue to support those who care for the students as a whole. We matter too. I hope the threats that have been made are dealt with to the fullest extent. There are a large number of us that support the efforts that have been made by the district. You deserve to hear that, if even just from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pellington. Next, we have Mr. James Reynolds. He lives in Lexington, and his students are in the Lula program.
It has become ridiculously apparent to me that we have either a woefully ignorant school board or a school board who, by and large, are derelict of their duties. Either way, Lexington 1 parents and students have no representation. Mr. Little seems to call all the shots, and with the board seemingly bowing at his feet. In the meantime, we have to fight and go above your heads, even to get you to acknowledge the fundamental right of parents to make decisions for their children. Since the governor's executive order, schools and teachers of this district have decided that they are paid activists instead of educators. My question to the board is, what are you going to do about it? State law, long established, states that teachers in order to be qualified, have to pass an examination of the provisions and principles found in the U.S. Constitution and their loyalty to them. Does the board just approve anyone that's put forth for employment? How do we end up with teachers that directly neglect even your own policy that states, and I quote, "The board affirms the right of all students and staff to be treated with respect and to be protected from intimidation, discrimination, physical harm, and/or harassment." Once more, I would like the board to explain why, being elected officials, they need the superintendent's approval to visit schools in their district. The board is in charge of the superintendent. The superintendent, in turn, makes sure the schools abide by the board's policy. Why pay a man over $200,000 a year plus when these are the types of things going on in our district? Why are parents and students' concerns met with utter disdain and by the disregard and outright disrespect that this board, with the exception of one, has shown? If it wasn't clear before, it is now. The board and Mr. Little do not want to hear from the people of this district, but only want to stay and to defend their echo chamber of secrecy and authoritarianism. Talk is cheap. It's time for this board to step up and do your job, actually represent the parents and students of this district. For the life of me, I can't comprehend why somebody would run for school board just to delegate all responsibility to a man who thinks that spending tax dollars is doing a good job, or that more bureaucracy is a good thing. Our founding fathers of this great nation believed government should be limited and defined, not turned into a leviathan running roughshod on the people they are supposed to be representing. My hope and prayer on behalf of our children is that none of you are sitting here come next time around.
Thank you, Mr. Reynolds. Next, we have Catherine Reynolds. Ms. Reynolds lives in Lexington, and her students attend the Lula program.
And Lucas. So I just want to say thank you tonight. The only reason why I'm actually here tonight is because of you guys. I've never seen or even been to a board meeting before the 4th, and you guys really did make it obvious that the board has not been making some decisions. Whether or not it was a choice of yours or it was forced by someone, I've come tonight as a Lexington 1 parent, but the next time I come here, I might just be coming as a taxpayer. And Anderson, please pay attention. I've watched you. I know, but please pay attention. First thing that I would like to talk about is to have the board to actually have a discussion and make a decision together about the remaining funds allocated to Lexington 1 from the CARES Act. I was told in the emails that this was discussed on April 13th meeting, and then upon watching that whole meeting, I noticed that it was stated by Mr. Saunders that the district chose these categories for the funding, and I was unable to find anywhere where the school had made these decisions and who from the district then made this decision. Isn't that your guys' job? I honestly don't know. Second thing is, I'm honestly so very thankful that my kids were in Lula this year, because the level of harassment and discrimination and intimidation the face-to-face students have been that were able to opt out of masks is actually shameful. Honestly, your own policy specifically states that kind of treatment is against these students' rights. That's just horrible, okay? Thirdly, whenever my kids were in the Lula program, I was able to finally see what kind of curriculum and material was being brought and taught to them. And disturbingly enough, my 7th grader, he is only 12 years old. My 7th grader is now aware of stuff like alcohol and drugs like cocaine. Like, I understand that this is a state mandated curriculum, but I feel that parents really should have the syllabus to this subject matter and allow parents to decide what they're okay with when what their children are learning. I am not naive to think that my kids won't be exposed to these type of vices at all, but I am strictly against, it goes strictly against our biblical teachings, and I feel that has been violated. I said, it is not the school's job to teach the children this type of subject matter, and it has nothing to do with education. Every one of you were elected to represent the people, and your personal feelings, not your personal feelings. You've neglected these duties, and it will no longer be tolerated. Time to show the district what you guys actually can do. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Reynolds. Next, we have Elijah Reynolds. Elijah lives in Lexington and attends the Lula program.
Okay, well, I would like to start off by saying thank you for letting me speak, and thank you for letting us actually come in and sit down and listen. And I would like to know why there are so many police officers around here. What are you scared of? Are you scared of a couple families asking a couple questions? I haven't been able to go to school because of the terrible decisions made, and now I really miss it. I never knew I could ever miss school. Thank you.
Thank you, Elijah. Good job.
Can he concede his time to me?
No, no, ma'am. Next, we have Joshua Reynolds. Joshua lives in Lexington and is in the 4th grade Lula program.
Well, first of all, I think that the decisions that you guys have been making weren't very good at all. I've been struggling in school without seeing people, and I miss going to school, seeing my friends, and when I get home, I like to see my mom and dad whenever I get home. And I think that everything you guys been doing before you put the masks in school were okay, but I still think you guys can do better. And that's all.
Thank you very much, Joshua. Good job. Next, we have Isaac Reynolds. Isaac lives in Lexington, and he is in the 1st grade Lula program.
That's better. You want to maybe stand here so they
Yeah, Isaac, stand to the side so we can, there you go, we can see you that way.
I think you guys should read the Bible. In Acts 2:38, repent and be baptized for the remissions of sins. You should do that too. And that's it.
Thank you for that word, Isaac. Good job. Next, we have Dana Holmesley. Ms. Holmesley lives in Lexington and has a student that will attend Lexington Elementary School.
Let me just make sure. Yeah, let me dry it a little bit. Okay, you should be able to reach it.
I wanted to concede my time, but since you won't allow me, I wanted to concede it to Katie. So I'll just read part of her speech. Ready? Thank you for allowing me to formally address the board tonight. I want to first make it known that I have the utmost respect for the responsibilities and duties your positions hold as the authoritative governing body of our district. The decisions you make can and will make a tremendous impact on our children and community, now and for years to come. I felt passionately about speaking to you here in a public meeting so that both the board and the community at large can be aware of the matters I'm about to discuss. Since the last board meeting, I took the time to go back and watch every board meeting since 2019. I have read the policy manual, I have pored over the South Carolina School Boards Association website and watched their training videos and webinars and read every document I could get my hands on. Tonight, I want to talk about the important matters of the general funds budget and the board policy. I'll begin with the policies because you cannot really talk about anything regarding the school district without referring to its policies. Policies are what guide our entire district and what tells our superintendent what practices and procedures he and his administration need to implement. It is how we maintain accountability, checks and balances, superior education standards, and financial responsibility. Policies are what help the community as a whole know our roles and responsibilities. The South Carolina School Board Association says that the school board's chief function is to adopt and revise policy, and that well-written policies foster a better understanding of board goals and expectations and greatly contribute to consistency across programs and practices. I was pleased to see the recent development of the ad hoc committee meetings where policies were being reviewed and revised. However, our policies manual overall is outdated, inconsistent, impractical, vague, and hard to locate. I did not see it on the district website anywhere despite the requirements from the South Carolina Department of Ed that says school districts must prominently post on the district's internet website and make available for public viewing and downloading the most recent version of the district policy manual and administrative rule manual. Regardless, I found the policy via the SCSBA website. We have approximately 280 policies. Of those, 46 have not been reviewed and revised since 1985. Over half, 181, have not been reviewed or revised since 2005. Since 2018, only 10 have been adopted or amended. This is your primary function as a board. This board is not fulfilling the duties your community elected you to fulfill. The policies we have contradict themselves. I emailed the entire board about the inconsistency of 3 policies, allowing a citizen to formally address the board through an agenda item, and received no communication back on whether that matter would be addressed through policy review and revision. I was denied 3 times by the administration and board chair of my request to formally speak in here tonight. I was told the agenda was made and set and I could not be added to it in any way. Until I highlighted the policy inconsistencies and the legal implications of this, didn't the board chair contact the district's legal services for clarity?
Thank you, Ms. Helmsley. Next, we have Katie Jeffcoat. Ms. Jeffcoat lives in Lexington and has a student that attends Gilbert Elementary School.
Good evening. I just want you guys to know that I have so much respect for the roles you guys play. My name is Catherine Carter Jeffcoat, so it's a hyphenated, that's part of the confusion, but I'm just gonna pick up from where she left off, and then when I run out of time, I'll be back here next week, or next meeting. Basically, our own board is not aware of the policies that they are responsible for. Our community members should not have to scour the policy manual in order to defend against cherry-picking policies that fit the opinions of the administration or any member of the board. Policies should be clear, legal, and easily implemented. We also have an incomplete policy manual. The SCSBA says that policies should consistently cover the programs and procedures of our district. As we saw at last meeting, our administrator was implementing a district-wide practice with no policy in place, no consistency between schools, no direction to parents, basically no instruction whatsoever that would be implemented by a policy. This led me to begin researching our policies to begin with. From a fiscal perspective, there is an absence of policy on bids, service contracts, line item transfers, budget amendments, ESSER fund allocations, and land purchases, just to name a few. Although some of these fall under the procurement code, that is not a replacement for board policy. Some districts have line item transfer policies requiring board approval for all transfers over $10,000. Here we are at the second reading of the budget, and when it is approved in a few weeks, there is no policy to ensure that line item transfers are not used in excess. Essentially, you are approving a budget that will be open to changes by our administration without your knowledge until after the fact. Why are we spending so much resources, time, preparing and reading and understanding a budget that can be drastically changed the moment after your approval is finalized? All these things are frequently occurring, affecting our district, costing us millions. This is money from our children. There are no policies in place for the board to employ to hold the administration accountable, which is one of the roles that you accepted when you accepted your positions. Not only do our policies make accountability impossible, we also have policies that turn over all authority to our superintendent. The board has the right to delegate authority, but that does not mean that the superintendent can forgo proper accountability from the board. I obtained through a web search the intent of award for the grounds maintenance. I'm gonna switch to the back of my speech. We are only allowed to address you for 3 minutes at a board meeting. Emails are not returned. I would like to point out that the policies that I tried to use to speak tonight said I only had to tell you my topic. I was never asked any details about what I was gonna speak about. I had personal correspondence with Kathy, who said she would see about my request. I had personal correspondence with Jada asking questions, and I had personal correspondence with Jeff Mr. Salters, I apologize, about the specific things I want to address with the budget. If you're gonna have policies, follow them. Make them, revise them, do your job. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jeffcoat. Carter-Jeffcoat. I've seen your name like 17 different ways, so thank you for clarifying that for us. All right, next we have Mr. John Mew. Mr. Mew lives in Lexington and lives in the Carolina Springs attendance zone.
These are two children Lexington District 1 denied a public education to this school year. The superintendent said no for the exemption I requested. For the denial of their state constitutional right, you owe them an apology. Would you please look at me, at least? May 4th exposed that this district never had a mask policy. In light of the revelation, it makes me question who was creating the rules that so many blindly followed. Without an official policy, I question the legitimacy of everything enacted outside of the Department of Education's recommendations. The last board meeting, we the people followed your rules, we spoke, we demanded action and a response. Your response was a pre-planned propaganda video. Clearly, you had no intention on hearing anything we had to say. But thank you for doing that. It united the parents who wanted choice even more. So we continued calling, we continued emailing, we continued the billboards, and our governor heard us. Thank you, Henry McMaster, for giving parents choice. In light of that, the district should have taken the lead and assured each student whose parents who did not want their kids wearing a mask protection. In fact, the district has policies against intimidation and harassment and bullying. Segregation of unmasked students in corners of rooms or in front of a class, or even not allowing students to participate in events. And then you have an email or letter sent out that students in graduation would not be able to participate if they didn't wear a mask. That's clear discrimination and intimidation. But shame on anyone who chose to continue to wear a mask. If anybody who chose to pick on them for wearing a mask, shame on you. You shouldn't do that either. It works both ways. Everybody needs to understand that, and the school leadership here needed to take charge of that matter. It's time that this school board begin to govern with the authority and power we elected you to. It's clear that the board has given its power to the unelected hierarchy. So let's talk about leadership and the lack thereof. We have a failure in leadership in this school district, and that failure begins at the very top. The unchecked decision-making and abuse of power is the very example of tyranny our founding fathers fought against over 200 years ago.
I'm going to stop you. One of the guidelines for our community participation is to not discuss personnel and individuals. So I'm going to ask you to pull that in a little bit. Thank you.
Can I get my time back then?
Sure. Please give him another 20 seconds.
Thank you. Now it's time for parents to stand up on behalf of our students, our children. Many of the actions and decisions made during this school year show that the superintendent, the board, some administrators do not have the best interests of our children at heart. We demand more transparency, accountability from each school, principal, district official, the superintendent, and the board who was elected to be the representatives of the parents and the children, not blind followers of the superintendent. As a result of poor decision-making, dishonesty regarding non-existent policies, and the total lack of respect of community input, I respectfully demand the resignation of the superintendent of Lexington School District 1 effective immediately.
Next, we have Mr. Stephen Smith McKenzie. Mr. McKenzie has a student that attends Lexington Elementary.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen of the board. I'm here and I've presented a handout. I've given a handout to you. I think we need to start, since I have a very limited amount of time, on page 3 of the handout. First of all, you can look at page 2 and you can see my two children. Both of them attend Lexington Elementary, one in K4. The other is a second grader. My issue is the coding of absences in regards to COVID, and in particular to my two children who have missed 45 days of school as a result of their mother alleging they had COVID-19-like symptoms. I presented to you in the handout, and you will see that if you look at the timeline of events. I think we probably need to start with paragraph 2. Lexington Elementary started classes on August 31st. My daughter did not start class till September 14th. She was given 9 parent note excused absences. If you look down, my son who's in K4, he did not get enrolled until September 30th because his mother kept him out until then. There's an email between second grade teacher regarding assignments, and if you'll turn to the second page, you'll see that my children between, and I think this is the most relevant part since I've got a minute and 30 seconds left, but during spring break, my children miss the 10 days before spring break, 10 days after spring break. Conveniently, with a COVID excuse, all the mother did was call in and said they had COVID. There was no excuse written, no excuse given. If you look on page 36 of your handout, you will see a letter from the assistant principal at Lexington Elementary. In that letter, she states, and I quote, "This letter is informing you your child," I won't say her name, but has accumulated 6 unexcused days of absence. This is on December 11th, 2020. A written excuse, I've highlighted it down at the bottom, must be provided within 3 days after the student returns to school. The parent, legal guardian, physician, or other appropriate person must sign the excuse. All excuse notice should include the following facts: dated the excuse is written, days of absence, reason for the absence, telephone number where parent, legal guardian can be found. Ladies and gentlemen of the board, my children have either been educationally neglected or they're being physically neglected because they have not seen a doctor for 45 absences of school, and nobody at Lexington Elementary has demanded that they see a doctor. All their mother had to do was call in and say that they were sick. No proof was provided to Lexington Elementary to document this, even though I was given a letter from the assistant principal that said proof was required. That is the policy of Lexington Elementary. That has not been adhered to, and if that is the case, then the school nurse is running Lexington Elementary School and not the administrators, because all you got to do is call the school nurse and say, "My child's sick." That's it. You don't have to provide written documentation. You don't have to do anything else. That is the sum total of it. I appreciate your time. I would ask the board to look into this extensively and determine whether or not these excuses are valid and
All right,
whether or not they should be coded differently.
Thank you, Mr. McKenzie.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. Next, we have Julia Purvis. Ms. Purvis lives in Lexington and has a student that attends Lake Murray Elementary School.
Are you staying in the number order?
Okay, bring Lammy just in case. Are you Ms. Purvis? Yes, I am. I took Lammy back. Okay, that's fine. Okay, first I want to say that I actually made a formal email to you guys 10 days in advance, and only one of you responded to me and said that the agenda was set. So just want to put that out there. Second, I am going to finish a little bit of Katie's speech. I obtained through a web search, not the district website, that the intent of the award for the grounds maintenance, this is mentioned in the budget presentation. It is shown that as a $720,000 increase, one board member questioned the length of the contract that was told that it was for 1 year. However, according to the document obtained, this is a 3-year contract totaling $2.2 million. Is the board not provided copies of the contracts when they are awarded? Or taking a step back, is the board not aware that a contract is going out to bid? Was the board aware that of this ground maintenance contract, and is this part of the 5-year plan for the district, assuming we have one? According to your website, Lexington 1 employs ground workers. I heard it mentioned that custodians were doing lawn care and this is the reason for needing grounds maintenance contract. So the custodians can go back into the building. Where are the grounds maintenance staff? If this was initiated by the custodial demands from COVID, why were ESSER funds not being used to meet this need or the custodial demand? From ESSER 1 presentation I have, we still have 1.4 million to allocate, as well as around 40 million from ESSER 2 and 3. I also noticed that the intent to award said for lot 1, 2, 3. Is this a landscaping company for the new facilities being built? If so, why is this not in the capital funds budget? And why do we not have a board capital budget? When it comes to policy, we have a policy addressing procurements, but in that policy, it states that the board can delegate authority, which it has obviously done. It seems our board has delegated authority to our superintendent in every single policy that it allows them to do so. This has created an atmosphere that lacks transparency and accountability in the board-superintendent relationship. Therefore, board approval was not required for this multi-million-dollar contract, and why the board was not even aware of this contract until first reading, although the contract was awarded months earlier. Because there is no policy, the board is not given a chance to approve these kinds of things. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Purvis, and your very cute assistants.
Thank you.
And I did skip someone. I apologize. Your card was stuck to the back of the previous card. I apologize. My mistake. We now have Mr. Stephen Smith McKenzie, and he has a student that attends Lexington Elementary. No, this is a different Mr. McKenzie.
This is Mr. Everett Howard.
Yes. Okay, I messed up again. I'm sorry. There are a lot of cards up here. Everett Desmond Howard, excuse me, Mr. Howard. But he is speaking about the attendance for the McKenzie children.
Right. First of all, I want to thank the board for giving me the opportunity to appear before you tonight. And I want to follow up to what my son-in-law, Stephen McKenzie, just presented about his children, my grandchildren. My granddaughter is a second grader at Lexington Elementary School. My grandson is in 4K at Lexington Elementary School. And the problem that we both have, and I know my son-in-law has given you some material that you're reading, I urgently ask you to please read it and consider it and hear what we've got to say tonight about it. But the problem that basically we have is my granddaughter's had 45 absences from school. My grandson has a similar number of absences from school. A lot of those have been medical excuses. And our position is the district has not followed its own policy in medical matters because it clearly says, just as it said there in Ms. Presley's intervention plan from the first meeting that they had, of what was required as far as medical documentation. It was very, very specific. District policy is the same way, and it's just not been followed. And please understand, I don't fault the district for my grandchildren's absence. If that's solely the responsibility of an irresponsible parent. The teachers that they have done an excellent job considering the small amount of instructional time they've had with these children. In fact, my grandchildren have talked to me about how much they've enjoyed school and how much they enjoyed the teacher. It's just a shame they haven't seen them more than they have. Because when you look at those absences, that means they have missed more than 2 months of instructional time. And I'm not a teacher, I've never been one, but that's got to be very difficult to expect a child to learn when they've missed 2 months of instructional time. Plus the disruption it causes in the classroom because you have a child who hasn't been there that has to be called up and is struggling with that. And we just ask that the district take a look at its own policy and adhere to it. That's all we ask. And I think if you look, because what the district has done, and Steve has done a good job of appealing this thing through the chain of command from the school level all the way up to the superintendent's office. And that's what brings us here tonight is nobody's really taken a look at it. They've justified how they've coded things, but haven't looked at the bigger issue of, first of all, where has the policy failed? Because the coding has been done on faulty information. And I think if you took a closer look at it and adhered to policy, you would come up with an entirely different conclusion to it. So what we sincerely ask you tonight is review the information that Steve has provided to you. Feel free to contact either one of us if you have questions or need more information from us. But do your job. So far, the district has, in my opinion, advocated more for an irresponsible parent than they have for the children, which is their responsibility. This is a great school district. I expect my children to get a good education, and they can. This district is known for that. Please help us with that. And again, I thank you for your time and for taking time to listen to us.
Thank you very much, Mr. Howard. Next, we have Rebecca Godfrey. Ms. Godfrey lives in Lexington, and her students attend Lexington Middle School.
First of all, I want to say thank you so much for honoring Governor McMaster's executive order to allow masks to be optional the day after he made it. That was really wonderful. And I'm very grateful, and I've loved seeing my kids go to school without a mask and come home without a mask, smiling the whole time. It has really done wonders for them. Secondly, I would like to ask you to confirm at your next meeting that masks and vaccines will remain optional for next year, for teachers as well as students. I know a lot of parents who will choose an alternate to public education if they aren't told with certainty that this next year will be back to normal. We also need assurance that contact tracing will be a thing of the past, no matter what comes in the future months. I don't know of a single child who was forced to quarantine who actually became ill. So please confirm to all of us at your next meeting that we will not be doing contact tracing next year. I know many wonderful families in Lexington who have already quietly pulled their kids out. They aren't the type to speak out. They don't send emails. They just wash their hands of it and go quietly. I have a feeling many more great families will be doing the same if each child and each teacher's freedom to choose is not fully reinstated next year. Next, I'm concerned that the superintendent is unwisely encouraging kids to get vaccines, and they're still in their experimental trial. More people have died from vaccines in the last few months than have died in the last 20 years from all vaccines combined. That is alarming. The superintendent is stepping out of bounds when he gives medical advice to kids and then incentivizes it with promises like, get the vaccine, and then you never have to quarantine, you never have to mask, you never have to miss prom, you never have to miss a basketball game, you don't have to miss graduation. It's too much incentivizing coming from a superintendent to give medical advice like that. This messaging borders on coercion, and I think it is a very dangerous approach with our kids. Please preserve the freedom to choose without penalizing or rewarding. Let people just choose with no penalty, no reward. Let them have their personal freedoms. School board, please change your policies so that you can vote on matters that affect tens of thousands of people. You are our elected officials, and we need checks and balances now more than ever. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Godfrey. Next, we have John Michael Beatty, Jr. Mr. Beatty lives in Lexington and has a student or students that attend Deerfield Elementary.
After I do.
Thank you. Good evening, board. Not nearly as prepared as some people here, but echoing a lot of sentiments. First was masks. Again, please no more mandatory masks, and do not segregate any of those that do or do not. There's been independent data for almost a year now suggesting that kids are not at risk and masks are not nearly as effective, especially the cloth ones we're sending our kids to school with. We need to start asking questions and looking for results and not blindly following experts from above that have been proved they've been lying to manipulate people's habits. Suggestions have even come up that this might become a flu or seasonal thing. That's not acceptable. Many things with the masks, they're damaging, rebreathing bacteria, causing fear of others. People are hiding behind the mask socially. It's become a thing in other countries that have done this for years where people start to wear them just as a, I guess a whoopee for lack of a better term. And it's also dividing people and just starting to cause hysteria. So we don't need to add to that. The second thing is vaccines. Again, no mandatory vaccines. I'm not an anti-vaxxer. I have a 15-month-old who has been through all the ones that have been I've been through. You know, there's some that when the disease is that bad, you've got to take that risk and you roll the dice, but this is extremely experimental. It's a new technology. Some of the companies were not even successful until this go around. There's no long-term risk benefit. There's already bad side effects up and down the world from minor to death. So should not be mandatory for children, definitely. The last thing I want to do is kind of off track of everyone else a little bit for the moment, but it's going to be my next focus to look through is critical theory. There should be no teaching of critical theory, 1619 project, or any courses that are designed to shame or divide us. They're not helpful, they're not useful. These critical theory itself, besides the current one that's being pushed, is rooted in Marxism. It's an idea that started over 100 years ago to cause revolution, divide people, and conquer us. They use different words to twist it. Diversity. You read the people that do these real teachings, diversity doesn't mean diversity of thought, it only means diversity of physical attributes. Inclusion only means inclusion as long as you follow the rules of the people that are setting them. Equity. Equity means equal outcomes. We're all different. We all have different desires. It's not humanly possible. I guess I would manage my time a little bit better, but thank you. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Beatty. Next, we have Madison Rogers. Ms. Rogers lives in Lexington and has a student that attends New Providence Elementary.
It's gonna be a little damp.
That's strong. Hi, I appreciate y'all's attention this evening. I want to say thank you for honoring the governor's executive order and Spearman's instruction with regard to the parental choice and student choice in the schools. I had hoped that teachers and school administrators would be afforded the same choice at the same time and encourage you as elected stewards of our students and community to make it so going forward. Next year looms a bit dark and distressing to many of us as parents, students, and teachers as we anticipate the potential hurdles that we're gonna have to jump through and the rights that we will have to fight to keep. We would love to not be here next year demanding fair and equal treatment of our students regardless of their personal choices when it comes to these bacteria-infested masks and potential death shots that no one has any liability for. We hope to not have to be here, but we will if it comes to that. Or you'll see a drastic decline in enrollment, as I can guarantee you there's a multitude of parents that will not subject their children to this CDC circus for another year. Please provide us as soon as possible with information on what we can expect for the next school year. Also, please stop emailing out vaccination propaganda to us parents. We don't want it, we don't need it, it's not your place. Believe me, this crap's been shoved down our faces long enough. Those who want to subject their children to an experimental non-approved drug know good and well how to do it without your involvement. Regarding the board members before me, it's the belief and consensus amongst a great number in this community that some of you seated there are no longer have the best interests of our school and community at heart. If you yourselves find this to be the case and feel that you are no longer able to adequately meet the demands of this district, I suggest you begin to take the necessary steps to remove yourself from this board and allow others the opportunity to improve upon what is left behind. And for those of you who are fighting for transparency and the good of us all, thank you. I really can't believe the way that y'all handled the issue with Katie Carter. That was very telling. But again, we're grateful that the superintendent followed the governor's and the South Carolina Department of Education's orders. However, we do wish that that battle that took place didn't have to, and we hope in the future that the concerns of the community will be heard the first time.
Thank you, Ms. Rogers. Next, we have Ms. Irene Bearwald. Ms. Bearwald lives in Lexington and has students at River Bluff. And I think at Crumble Cookies, which is,
Yes.
to me, more important than River Bluff, so.
They're Lula students, so they can work from 8 to 4. She likes that. All right, I'm going to talk slow. First, I would like to request that we look at our neighboring school district, Lexridge 5, and how they handle their public participation portion of their board meetings. They have a link under the board information section on their website called Public Participation that has the individual's comments and then the board's responses. It may not always be the answer that they are hoping for, and it may not be anything more than we will look into that. But what it does allow for is that individuals who may have the same questions or concerns but may not have ask the questions personally are able to see the responses from the district. It also allows the appearance of an open discourse between citizen parents and the school board district. I would like to also formally ask, and I have emailed the district already and I've gotten responses, but hey, gonna try everybody. Formally ask the board to consider allowing virtual students to participate in the arts in their zone schools if their parents are willing to provide transportation. The arts should be given the same opportunities as the ROTC programs and various magnet programs. The reason for being enrolled in the two separate schools should be equal among all interests, not just ROTC and magnets. I say that because I'm a parent of a band kid who can't do band next year. Lastly, as a parent that has been extremely active in the school system over the past 12 years, I find it insane that we have had more participation from parents over an item that could have been required under the school's dress code than other factors having to do with the education and our children's safety in schools. I've attempted to locate the right that I keep being told is being violated, and I've had no luck, and no one's been willing to tell me. I would also like to provide a different perspective to our current mask issue. We are asking our board to override guidelines that are set by specific entities whose job it is to attempt to prevent things from spreading. We are disregarding the education or background of the individuals on the school board and just saying, do it because I say so. If the board agrees with parents who want to do away with masks or not, it shouldn't matter. There are times where our personal feelings about an issue must be put aside because our job isn't to force our personal views on others. Consider a science teacher that is told to teach evolution, but they firmly believe in intelligent design. They can't just go against state standards. The teacher must acknowledge that they have to set aside their personal beliefs and do what's being asked by the state. It just seems like we are asking our board to step out of their lane of expertise to appease others. Many people quote the governor's executive order as a reason why the masks need to go, but his experience and background is in law and politics. He does not have the reputation as a medical professional that would allow him to make said executive order with any validity, yet people stand behind it like it's infallible. We knew what to expect when kids went back to school. We knew that we couldn't maintain the suggested 6 foot of social distance to allow for no masks on students. For anyone that says it's gone on long enough, I challenge that to say it was made perfectly clear by the school district prior to school starting as to what the expectations would be from students and their families. I just don't understand why so many individuals feel as though they've been hoodwinked.
Thank you, Ms. Fairwald. Next, we have Ms. Debbie Hine. Ms. Hine lives in Lexington and has students that attend several of our schools, Lexington High School primarily.
I just have children that attend Lexington High School in several grades. I'm sorry if that was confusing. I have other children, but they don't attend school here. Thank you. That was really interesting. Thank you for your comments to the lady who just spoke before. I did notice that we were just previously in the overflow room and the mask was not on. Okay, my apologies.
Ms. Hine, please don't
Yes.
address other
Okay.
community members.
Okay. Thank you for listening to people. I appreciate that. Thank you for letting us come. I'm seeing a lot of similar issues come up, and we are all on the same team. I just saw Miss Red for Ed shaking her head to the lady who had talked about having the open forum with the questions and answers so people can ask a question and see the board's response. That would be wonderful. We have the same goals. We really do. We can work together and we can make this a win-win. I specifically would like to address just a couple of things from Mr. Little's presentation from the last board meeting on May 4th. There were 2 slides in particular he showed. One was from Mr. Ryan Brown, South Carolina Department of Education, who said, our schools are open 5 days a week because of the mitigation strategies that we've employed. We had a law that went through the legislature and the governor signed on April 22nd requiring schools to offer 5 days face-to-face instruction. That's why we are open 5 days. Okay, it has nothing to do with mitigation. It has everything to do with the law, so thank you for following the law on that. The other slide I would like to address is from the Elizabeth Phoebes, I don't know her and I don't know how to pronounce that, I apologize. She's the South Carolina Association of School Administrators Executive Director. She was discussing specifically the law that was recently passed Law 147, the COVID Liability Immunity Act here in the state. She chose to follow DHEC's advice in requiring masks, but she did not read the entire law. I'd love to read section 2. It's like 3 sentences long, but it talks about it's for businesses and healthcare providers to have reasonable protections, and providing such immunity to businesses and healthcare providers that operate consistently with applicable public health guidance will help ameliorate the adverse impacts of a closed economy and resulting unemployment. Public health guidance is defined in the law. That's what I love about the law. There's no ambiguity. Everything is defined. And it's defined as any applicable published guidance, directive, order, or rule provided by the South Carolina Occupational Safety and Health Administration, DHEC, or others. Page 3, from OSHA, South Carolina OSHA, COVID-19 prevention general requirements, prevention ideas for workplaces. Loose-fitting face masks or cloth covers may be voluntarily worn by workers as a best practice to prevent transmitting droplets from coughs or sneezes, but they do not prevent inhalation of fine aerosols and are not protective in close proximity. That is right from SC OSHA,
Thank you, Ms.
which I just
Heim.
want to reiterate covers workers in the workplace, like all staff in our district as well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Heim. Next, we have Matt Heim. I will give you just a minute. All right, next we have Matt Heim. Mr. Heim lives in Lexington and has several students at Lexington High School.
Well, thank you. It's just 2 kids there. First, honestly, I just wanted to say thank you. At the end of the meeting 2 weeks ago, a board member said, "I hate COVID." I want to say thank you for those thoughts. It brought a very important human element to the conversation. I honestly really do appreciate that. I also appreciate the open and honest communication from the board members and the others who chose to speak after that and just share their thoughts with us. That's one of the things this community is crying for. We just want to know what's going on. It's an open public thing. Please tell us. If we disagree, we can have a discussion. You have our power. We truly do need and our voice with that as well. I wrote a whole speech, and some of it's kind and nice, and some of it are some concerns I have. I'll probably just send my concerns in email. And I just wanted to just bring back the realness to this. Like, we are a community. We do work together. We're all in this together. There are good schools here. There's bright, capable, well-meaning people on our board. Okay, there's good people who work in this district at the administrative level, at the student level, and everywhere. And we want to keep those people. We want them to be able to do their jobs and do a good job. We all want the same things. We truly, truly do. I think some of the problem that we're having as parents, and one of the things, the fundamental right for parents, the right that I guess no one pointed out to some people, the Supreme Court follows a doctrine that parents have a fundamental right and to direct the upbringing and education of their children. They're in the best position. Their children are the natural affection of parents. They love their kids above all other objects. That is really what's happening. And as everybody knows in nature, if there is something between a parent and a child, it does not matter what has to move to get to that. And that's why you see so much emotion. That's why we're so frustrated and angry. It's not because we dislike you. It's not because we think you're bad people. We just care so much. My entire life, everything that I do every day is invested in my kids. We built our house for them. Their rooms are bigger than ours. Our entire yard and everything about it is for them. I had such a wonderful childhood growing up. The high school especially were some of my best years. I would ditch class on Friday afternoons as a senior to play wiffle ball. Like, I loved that. I was that kind of a kid. I want my kids to have those same opportunities. My kids are frankly much smarter than I am. They're on a trajectory that my father had. My 3 brothers and I, we cared about different things, but that was our choice. Please, we want our kids to have those options. As I've mentioned before, I help with the wrestling program at the high school. There's a new head coach. He was explaining that some of the directives this summer, we're not really sure what we're going to be able to do. You know, and I'm asking the board, will you please set some policies so these kids can have a normal summer to prepare for seasons? They really get 4 seasons. Most of these kids don't go to college to play sports, but they will remember each and every one of those seasons, every game, everything else. It is so important. Gosh, please act. And one other thing that I did want the board to kind of help me answer is, I guess our COO and CFO are the same position. One person holds that. And I was just wondering if the board approved that or not. So I just wanted to say thanks for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Hunt. Next is Avalisa Ortiz. Ms. Ortiz lives in Lexington and has students at Pleasant Hill Elementary and Middle.
Okay, so this is my second board meeting. I'm usually too busy to be able to make it down here. I came to the United States 21 years ago. I'm American, but I came for graduate school, married in here to a Southern boy who graduated from Lexington High School and had 3 children. All 3 of them are 2 of them were premature. The last time I told you the story about the struggles they had with the mask mandate. My boys do not have full lung capacity like you and I do. Actually, I don't have full lung capacity either. I cannot wear a mask either. The reality is this is not just a little symbol. This is not just a medical preventive device. We only use a mask when you go to the doctor's office, when you have symptoms of the flu. Usually they have a little note that says, if you have symptoms of the flu, please put on the mask. But they don't make you wear the mask if you're a healthy person. Now, I'm gonna give you a little, what I noticed, what made me come to the last board meeting was the video that we were sent. It was my wake-up call. It was you are not sitting down anymore. It's time to stand up. And I felt disrespected. I felt demeaned. Now I'm gonna give you a little, my take back from that video was that the mask is just a tool for the bigger means, which is eventually we want to shut up every kid with the experimental product. I'm gonna give you a little history lesson. In 1976, there was an epidemic of swine flu. It started in the military bases. It led to the development of a vaccine that was released under emergency use. The vaccine was given to millions before it was pulled out because it caused severe autoimmune disorders, including Guillain-Barré syndrome. It cost millions of dollars. As a result, in 1986, they passed a legislation that gave full immunity to all pharmaceutical companies for all vaccines. Now, that means that from that point forward, if your child dies or if it gets injured by a vaccine, we have 0 recourse. And I found that out the hard way because my own oldest child had a severe allergic reaction to a vaccine, and I was not even told that that was a reaction that she could have. Now, if you come back to the current vaccine, this is the second time that they approved for emergency authorization, and they ended up, and they already have over 4,000 deaths reported to the VAERS system, which is the monitoring system that we have for adverse events. There is nothing else that we can use to see the dangers associated with vaccines. Now we have an issue because our children may be given something that can maim them for life, and there is no recourse.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry. Thank you very much, Ms. Ortiz.
So I would like for the next meeting to have an answer. If what the requirements are for the next school year, because I will have to decide if my children will be homeschooled or not.
Thank you. If you have additional questions, feel free to email them to us. Thank you very much. Next, we have Danielle Bowers. Ms. Bowers lives in Lexington and has students that attend Lake Murray, Beechwood, and Lexington High School.
Thank you, Board and Superintendent. I grew up in a suburb of Portland, Oregon. When I was in 4th grade, the quiet and kind area I grew up in had an influx of gang activity. There were gangs recruiting children, spreading drugs, and causing fear. So, in an effort to stop this, certain schools took it upon themselves to enforce rules of kids playing together in more than groups of 4. On the playground, teachers would correct and sometimes yell at students if they saw kids in more than groups of 4, never the mind that we sat in larger groups in the classroom. This caused so many problems. As children, we were forced to choose who we liked enough to be in our group. I lost friends. I saw the true colors of children who showed love and compassion and tried to play with others, but more often, I remember kids turning on friends. I remember bickering and fighting among classmates. It divided us, and the adults, specifically teachers and administrators, allowed it. In fact, they were the ones encouraging it. Over 30 years later, and I can still feel the worry and pit in my stomach of having to go to school each day. And this only lasted for a couple months. This may not seem like a big deal as an adult, but it is something that greatly affected me as a child, and our children are going through today. By turning a blind eye and not speaking up when segregation, discrimination, and intimidation is taking place in our schools by administrators and teachers, when we have in the guidelines what is acceptable, we are teaching our children to do these things. Vaccines versus no vaccines. Separating our kids is wrong, and any plan for now or in the coming year to separate is not okay. As I have heard many reports of teachers blasting children for not wearing masks, I think, would it be tolerated in the schools if we allowed our kids to act this way? The idea that our kids pay closer attention to what we do versus what we say is something I am very well, in fact, I am aware of because I have 5 children. I see that they watch more of what I do than the things that I try and tell them. We need to stop the fear speech and allow families to make their own health and medical decisions without bullying. I respectfully ask that as a school board and superintendent, you put in place a plan for this fall to allow our children and staff to continue to choose on their own to wear a mask, whether receiving the vaccine is right for them, and to stop wasting the time of contact tracing. Kids are losing out on things because of this. With exception to one of the school board members, you're all sitting idly while you allow our children to miss out on experiences that they are passionate about, that they've practiced, planned, and worked hard for. Parents throughout this district must stand up. We can't assume that the board has our best interests at hand. Their lack of transparency regarding funds, policy, and tolerance of staff demeaning is apparent, and we see that.
Thank you, Ms. Bowers. Next, we have, I think we're going to end on a high note here with Trip Bowers. Trip lives in Lexington and is a 2nd grader at Lake Murray Elementary. All right.
My name is Trip Bowers. I go to Lake Murray Elementary School. I don't think it is right that teachers at my school have to wear masks, even if they don't want to. I miss all their smiles. I also don't like that I can't play outside with my friends in other classes. I miss seeing them. My mom and dad have taught my brothers, sister, and I that separating people by skin color, religious belief, or even if you are a Clemson fan, it is wrong. By telling us to stay far apart, we miss out on all the good things we can learn from each other. I also think making my older brothers get the vaccine is wrong. My parents teach us to respect and take care of our bodies. We eat healthy, exercise, and play outside a lot. But if it feels wrong to get a shot, that is just an experiment. I hope you remember that honesty is the best policy, and telling the truth, even if it's hard. It is what you should show us kids. Thank you for your time.
Good job, Tripp. Thank you very much for coming tonight. All right, that concludes our community participation time. And I just wanted to give a point of privilege right now, just to express my appreciation to our teachers and staff and administrators, because last Tuesday night, pretty much they had left and gone home for the day and found out when they went to school the next morning it was going to be a completely different environment. And so for the umpteenth time this year, they pivoted at a moment's notice, and that is an incredibly hard lift for anyone. But when you walk in and to a classroom filled with students, and you're supposed to be on and be completely in control of the situation, and to really be walking into something that you didn't know was going to occur, I am so proud and appreciative of our teachers and our administrators and our staff for making that happen on Wednesday morning. There were some hiccups, but they really, I think Dr. Little and the principals met Tuesday night at about 8 o'clock to figure out what was going to happen on Wednesday morning. And in some schools at 6:30 the next morning, students were walking in the doors. And so I'm incredibly impressed with the work that they did. Again, this year has been, we teach our kids resiliency, and I think in our minds, resiliency is we've got this big hurdle to cross, and then once we get across that hurdle, the ground is smooth. And this year, every day has been resiliency again. You get up, and it's another challenge, and not just for the adults, for the students, for the families, for the board, for the administration. You get up the next morning and you face what that day has, and then you think you've conquered it, and you get up the next day, and there's something else that you have to face. And I've just, we've got 15 days of school left, and I know that there's going to be more opportunities for us to show resiliency as a community and as a group that has the best interest of children at the forefront all the time. But I just really wanted to just take a moment to say how much I appreciate what everybody from Dr. Little down to our teachers, our principals, our bus drivers, the custodians, housekeepers, because anytime we implement even just a little change, it affects all of them. And I'm just very proud of what they have done over and over and over and over again this school year. So thank you very much for let me have that moment. All right. We are now moving on to 9.0, the second reading of the 2021-2022 General Fund Operating Budget with Mr. Salters.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Just wanted to review this evening the second reading of the General Fund budget. As we've talked a lot about the budget for this year already, we will continue to have conversations over the next month and come back together for what we anticipate will be a final budget hearing on June 22nd. That's our normal board meeting next month, and that'll be the third reading. Of course, we will continue to monitor closely what the legislature's doing and how that affects our budget. Just to remind everyone, the general fund budget is the operating budget of the district, and it lays out the revenues and expenses related to the day-to-day operations of the school district. And a couple months ago now, we reviewed with you again the district mission and system commitments that are tied to our strategic plan. Obviously, a budget should reflect your strategic plan and the goals and objectives of that plan. And so you can see our system commitments highlighted here. Priorities for the budget that came out of our discussions. Obviously, for next year, we're looking to reduce or maintain student-teacher ratios. We're giving a step increase to our staff, and then implementing a number of employee retention and recruitment strategies as we move through the year. Some additional priorities that we're looking at: ongoing support for our Lula program. You heard that mentioned earlier. That's our online learning academy. Expanding the Lexington District 1 College Center. It's currently located at Gilbert High School. And then we're planning for the relocation of Lexington Middle School to its replacement facility, and also beginning the planning for opening of a Gilbert and Peelian early childhood centers at repurposed facilities there. So we have a number of factors as we talk about second reading that are influencing some of the changes that you'll see. The proposed budget in first reading was based on the appropriations bill by the House Ways and Means Committee. And then we've had increases in the FY 2021 projected state surplus, and then in the FY 21-22 revenue forecast. Those were released by the Board of Economic Advisors on April 8th. They actually meet this Thursday again, and so we'll anticipate some changes to their forecast, and we'll react accordingly to those. The increases that the BEA projected were incorporated into the Senate appropriations bill that was passed on April 29th. And so we've incorporated those changes from our first reading budget into the second reading, and those are, again, based on that Senate appropriations bill. I'll highlight for you some of the changes from first to second reading. As part of the Senate appropriations bill, they called for a $1,000 salary increase for each cell on the teacher salary schedule. And so we're recommending that salary increase for consistency across our employees to be implemented across all of our salaried schedules. And so those are employees who are receiving a yearly or an annual salary. All of those schedules would go up by $1,000 each of those cells. We've provided you guys a copy of those for your review. We took a little bit different approach with support staff because the support staff, it's an hourly pay. And so I highlighted an example because I wanted to point out to you that the approach that's taken actually is a better approach for the support staff than what the salaried employee would see. So the minimum full-time support staff we would employ, when this could possibly be a housekeeper or maybe a bus driver, would work 6 hours a day for 180 days. If you do the math on that, that would come out to a $1,080 increase. And so that's the minimum increase that a support staff employee would see. And so, if they're an 8-hour employee and they work 230 days, they would do the math on that, and it would be slightly higher. So our support staff are actually receiving a little more benefit overall.
Mr. Salters, just a quick question. The salary schedules you provided, does that include the $1,000 step as part of line one, or is that without?
Yes, sir. It does. Those that you have tonight are the new schedules with the $1,000. Okay. Yes, sir.
Thank you for clarification.
Yes, sir. And it also includes the $1 per hour that you're seeing.
Okay. Yes, sir. Thank
you. The Senate version of the appropriations bill also included a 5% salary increase for bus drivers. And so we're looking at, we incorporated that, so they receive a 5% salary increase. And then, if you recall, in first reading, we had included an extra $1 per hour for the bus drivers, so they would get that on top of the 5% salary increase. And then there are some increases in health insurance premiums. The Senate added a well visit for employees into the health insurance premium, and this is a much welcomed thing if you're a state employee. For many years, this has not been part of the insurance plan, and it's very expensive to go get an annual physical. And so we hope this will incentivize folks to do that, and that this will remain in the budget.
From a healthcare perspective,
yes, sir.
You cannot put enough weight on this. Okay, so thank you for addressing that. As a healthcare provider, to which Dr. Powers will also attest, I'm sure, we would rather head off a problem before we actually make it to a problem. And I've never understood why insurance companies are slow to pick that up.
Right.
And so the attention that needs to be paid to wellness it's much needed. So thank you for that.
Thank you for those comments. It is very, very important component of the Senate version, so we're pleased to see that in there. One thing you'll see in an adjustment in revenue is we have decreased our projected investment income by $130,000, and that's based on just continued decline in rates of return with the market as it is at this point. Obviously, we have very limited investment options, being a government entity, and so, but even still, we are seeing those rates of return decline, so we think it's prudent to go ahead and lower that revenue estimate. And then the increases in the revenues that you'll see later on are due to the increases in the Senate version of the appropriations bill related to the salaries and these other adjustments that we've talked about.
Mr. Salters, those first 4 bullet points, I thought the first reading was great. This makes it even better. I mean, this is exciting, and this is like really kind of a groundbreaking budget for us.
Well, and of course, we really wanted to focus, as you recall, one of our priorities, and as we talked with the board early on in the development of the budget, we heard a lot of feedback around recruitment and retention, and that was some conversation that we had. And you see a list here. We've been able to expand that list with some of the things that are in the Senate version. The step increase, the $1,000 per salaried employee, the bus driver 5% plus the $1, support staff increase $1 per hour, and then our recall in first reading we've continued with this, the increase in the years of experience steps on all of our salary schedules, taking them out to 40 years. This allows for some of our more experienced staff to continue to grow on the salary schedule, and we hope to retain those folks. Previously, when they got to the top of a schedule, there was no additional movement in some cases, so we really wanted to hopefully incentivize them to continue that movement. We modified all of our salary schedules, again, to provide some retention incentive as well, so that every 5 years, we're providing additional pay at the step that is above that. So when you hit step 5, for example, you will receive step 6 pay, and you do that for 2 years. And then when you hit step 10 again, you'll receive step 11 pay, and you do that for 2 years. So we're hoping to do some things to keep staff around for, just a little bit longer. If they're close to that next year, they may hang on for another year or two to receive that additional pay. Another thing that we talked a lot about was our new teachers and onboarding them from college. And so one of the things that we did a few years ago when Dr. Little came was a drive to 35, and we reached that goal. And so this is another strategy that we're employing, where we're taking basically the first 3 years of a teacher's pay, and we're paying them at step 2. So it's 0, 1, and 2. They get paid at step 2 for those first 3 years. And then after that, they'll move on to step 3 and so forth. This lines up exactly with their continuing contract. So when they come to us, they're an induction teacher, and they go through their processes. And then when they become a continuing teacher, they will, continue to move on up the salary schedule. So again, we're trying to put some additional money in the hands of those starting teachers. Some districts are doing things like bonuses and things like that, but we feel like this is a steadier approach, if you will, for the teachers. We're aligning our salary schedules for nurses, social workers, occupational physical therapists, career specialists, board-certified behavior analysts, to their educational degrees, like we have with our teaching staff. So if you have a bachelor's degree, then you fall on this schedule. If you have a master's degree, you fall on this schedule, and so forth. Additionally, we're increasing our substitute pay. And so these items down here are continued from first reading, no changes to those that we see. Some additional ongoing recruitment strategies that we're maintaining in the budget. We're funding our national board stipend at $3,000. And, regardless of whether the teacher receives a state-funded stipend, and currently we're paying 275 national board supplements. Obviously, we provide a lot of graduate-level coursework and text associated with that coursework for free to our teachers, variety of professional development opportunities, and some other, opportunities for them to earn additional pay and supplements related to additional duties they may be able to pick up at the schools. And so, looking at our enrollment, this is something that we are following very closely. There are a number of factors impacting enrollment right now. Probably the most primary factor is the real estate market. We've talked some about that. There's interesting things going on in the real estate market. Houses are being sold, literally overnight before they actually ever hit the MLS, and ending up with multiple offers, and all kinds of competition right now. And our builders, due to what's going on with the building material supplies, locally a lot of them have stopped building and developed kind of allotments that they release a certain number of new homes every couple of weeks. And you have to kind of get in line to do that. It's not where you can just drive in a neighborhood and say, hey, I want to build a house on this lot. And you get up to the model home and sign a contract. It doesn't work that way right now. So it's very difficult to get into the area. And so, we're projecting a 515 student enrollment. We'll see how that shakes out as we go forward. As you see last year with all the things that happened with COVID response, we had a number of students that either relocated or pulled out of the schools and chose another option. And so we anticipate that bouncing back as we go forward.
Mr. Salter, I was just going to mention, I'm on the board of the directors for SCISBIT, the South Carolina School Board Insurance Trust, and I went to our board meeting week before last, and the reinsurer from which SCISBIT buys their insurance was there talking about market conditions and a bunch of different things. But one of the big unknowns for all school districts for next year is enrollment. And that affects insurance premiums as well. And I mean, there was a lengthy discussion about the fluctuations in enrollment and students starting to come back and then additional students leaving. And it's just, there's this huge question mark over what the first day of school is going to look like in August. Really, we might not know until the first day of school, or we might not know until after Labor Day, really, start getting a clearer picture on what our enrollment is. I know y'all have really good science behind these numbers, but I think that it's really just completely unknown at this point in time.
Well, historically, we've been pretty consistent, and I think if you go back 20, 25 years, we've averaged a growth of about 500 students a year. And so, but there are up and down years, and certainly this will be one of those years. It's going to be interesting to see what ultimately shakes out.
But from a budget perspective, we always have certified positions open, and so again, we can right size. So I
That's
think
right.
we plan. Again, it's like everything else, including COVID. You make plans based on what you know today, and you adjust as you learn more. So.
Well, and one of the things that I'll point out, and we've had a lot of conversation about this, and it's actually the next slide, is our targeted staffing ratios. And so we are staffing at this 26,861, okay? And so if all of those students don't show up, that makes this slide look better. And so we are proposing in this budget, and these ratios haven't changed from first to second reading, but you can see the trend that we have. A 5-year-old kindergarten, we've gone from 23 to 21, first grade 23 to 21, second 23 to 21, third we're staying at 23, It was reduced from 25 to 23 a few years back. Fourth and fifth grade going from 26 to 23. And then our middle and high schools are staffed based on a formula where a number of positions are calculated in that formula, and you come out with a target ratio of 23 to 1 and 18 to 1. And then the principals allocate those teachers out based on schedule requests and the delivery of different curriculum that they're and programs that they're implementing at their high schools. And so, I just emphasize that these are target numbers. And so, day one next fall, you may walk into a classroom and you may see 18 students in a first grade class. You may see 22 students in the next first grade class. And that really happens because they don't come in nice, pretty 21 person or 21 child packages. We get different varieties of enrollment numbers, and so these will be what we will target and hope to maintain. And certainly, as I mentioned, if the enrollment doesn't increase to that level, these will certainly improve or at least be hit pretty easily.
And I wanted to mention, the board received a very thoughtful email from a 7th grader this past week about class sizes and talking about how it was nice when we were in hybrid in particular, about how much they felt like their learning opportunity was better because the class was smaller, they got more individual attention, it was easier to interact with their peers. And so I think that supports anything we can do to keep our class sizes low. Hearing it from a student, and it was a very thoughtful letter. So I think I appreciate that this is our focus in this budget.
All right, we're going to take a look at our expenditure summary. And so this chart shows you the net positions that would change from the base payroll budget from this past year. And so, again, working on these ratios, we're adding 25.5 FTE at the elementary level. You'll see some changes on the next few slides. We've actually tightened up our Lula numbers. We've gotten some actual registrations back, and we anticipate, roughly 309 students in Lula. Initially, it was going to be somewhere around 700, said they were interested. We actually had 309 commitments, 132 at middle and 177 at the high school level. And so what we've done is in first reading, we had 37 FTE allocated to Lula. And so we've taken 5 of those FTE, our HR team has taken those 5 of those FTE, placed them back at the middle school level, and then 12 high school FTE and place them back at our high schools. Because the students, that indicated initially they may be interested in Lula are also going back to the face-to-face environment, so we'll need those teachers back to cover those students. And so that took the FTE at the middle school, it brought it down to 4.8 positions that are lost there, and then increased the high school to 24. We have an interesting kind of an anomaly with our enrollment right now, is we have this big bubble flowing up through our high school. And so it's kind of vacating our middle school and it's flowing up through the high school. And when we have that happen from time to time, you have a large class or two that kind of moves right on up through the system. And so that's happening. Our special needs FTE it has not changed from first to second reading. And we still have the 3.5 pool positions that we're maintaining. And those would be, again, positions that are allocated out there in the budget to address specific needs as we come up in the fall. And, we need a special ed teacher that we weren't planning on because of some students moved in or something like that.
My apologies. I know we have spoken about this one time before, but I don't recall the determination. So if a student goes on medical homebound, and this is probably a student services or academic question, student goes on medical homebound for an indefinite period of time, would they then enroll into a Lula type situation, or would they stay with some sort of I guess, homebound teacher? What would, in the midst of a new, yeah, where do they count? So in the midst of a new Lula environment like this, is there consideration for possibly transitioning them to that?
Right now, Dr. Guyton, with COVID, our medically fragile homebound students, they are instructed online.
Mhm.
We have a dedicated teacher to do that. Is that your question?
Well, I guess now that we have Lula, and if we have, say, 309 students who have enrolled,
Right.
I can tell you within my office, I will probably see anywhere from 10 to 20 kids a year who at some point will go on a medical homebound for various reasons. But if we have the environment and we're getting better and better and better at it from a Lula perspective, could they then roll into the Lula environment during that medical homebound?
Well, I think that's why Mr. Salters mentioned that we would have a Lula teacher for special ed. So the
Okay,
answer is yes.
Okay.
If all the stars lined up, that would work for that child.
Okay.
We would certainly make that happen.
I guess I just think about it from a staffing issue. I don't know what that number looks like every
Right.
year for the number of students who flow in and out of medical
Right.
homebound. But I could see that number probably being a triple-digit number
Mm-hmm.
potentially, and so that may influence those Lula numbers.
As a district, we could be more efficient, because again, if their home school's Lake Murray Elementary and they go out for a 3-month extended, we assign a teacher that's a homebound teacher that facilitates their learning. Well, now they can step into the Lola program.
That's correct.
And therefore, those FTEs, those homebound teachers, we can redeploy for other more efficient uses. I think it's where you're going.
Yeah.
And I would like to add to that, if I may. It may not always be a seamless transition.
Sure.
Based on course offerings versus course requests and that sort of thing. But it would potentially give us an opportunity to provide more instruction on homebound than we currently provide. So
Right. It basically just gives us another tool in our belt.
that's exactly right.
Thank you.
All right. So next, we'll take a look at the administrative and support changes. And again, these are net additions and cuts. And the salary or the dollar amounts included in here are full benefits related. So it's the cost of retirement and everything associated with the positions. We have 3 instructional support staff positions, and those are 5K assistants. We have the 1 non-instructional support staff position, and that's at Beechwood Middle School. Their enrollment has gone over the formula that we use to staff their front office area, and so they're getting an additional position there. The 3 instructional special needs, again, are special needs IAs related to classes there. You'll see a difference here on first reading. The school administrator was allocated to the Lula program. And so because of the redistribution of students who said they may have been interested in Lula and now are not, we no longer need the administrator in the Lula program. That's going to be served by our administrative staff at our Alternative Education Services. And the Gilbert Middle School enrollment has gone over the 800 student threshold for the additional assistant principal. And so we're taking that FTE and shifting it over to Gilbert Middle School. Central Services Administrative Staff, this is a position, the Chief Technology Officer, Chief Technology Innovation Officer, excuse me, that was discussed earlier. And then there's a position that we are including in this presentation really for information only. This is not included in the overall total, but this is a supervisor of nursing. And the reason it's not included in the total is because this position would be paid for through Medicaid reimbursement. Medicaid has changed their billing practices, and a registered nurse with that RN designation has to sign off on all of the billing that is conducted. And it's become a tremendous burden on our school nurses. And so we basically have the idea here that we will create this centralized position to do that billing, and the position will pay for itself through the Medicaid reimbursement. So really, this is just as an information for consideration of adding that position to handle that. And then moving on to our salaries and related costs associated with, fringe benefits and so forth. This is just a summary of the cost associated with the different, items that we talked about earlier. And you can see those costs. The step increase for our all eligible employees, the $3.69 million. The $1,000 increase is approximately $3 million. The dollar per hour for support staff is approximately $1.8. Dollar per hour for bus drivers, you see that, $3.54. 5% is $2.62. The increase in substitute pay is $2.35. Additionally, this HR generalist was included in the previous budget under a different under a line item below the supplements temporary salaries. And so we broke that out because what this is and Mr. Stacy, I don't know if you want to weigh in on this, but basically our human resource team is transitioning their structure of how they serve our staff and creating more of a generalist position. So you have in benefits, you don't just meet with a benefits person who talks about your medical benefits and then meet with a retirement person and then meet with a person who may do with your long-term leave or whatever. You structure it so that you have one person, one point of contact in HR. So when I'm onboarded, hired, I have the same person serving my HR needs, for the life of my employment. So I don't know if Mr. Stacy, you need to add to that. I tried to capture it.
I think you did a pretty good job.
Okay, thank you. So again, this is not new money. It's from first to second reading. We just pulled it out to show it as a separate item there for you. The next line item, the supplements, temporary salaries and other adjustments. We included at your place a document that it's got green and yellow on it. It looks like this. It has a breakdown of what those totals are and what it looked like from first to second reading. Just for your information, it is obviously a negative number from the reductions that we're taking in the budget. Then we're including the state mandated employer retirement and health insurance increases. There was a slight increase in that number from first to second reading to capture those health insurance increases and premiums. And then we have a funding shortage. We get funds from the state for reading coaches, nurses, and career specialists, and those funds are being cut. And so we're having to cover that, pick those costs up through our general fund. I told you last month that we'd include a slide on the substitute pay, and we had provided, I think, a document for you. But here's a breakdown of what we're looking at with our substitutes. And you can see currently, where they are. Our teaching substitutes fall up in this category here. A certified teacher, if the sub is certified, they would make $80 a day. We're proposing to bring that to $100 a day. And then, going on down, you have some other subs, nurse substitutes, instructional assistants, custodial and food service. And so you can see where they are currently and then where we're proposing to move them and then the associated increase. Substitutes have been a challenge to secure for our schools this year, and along with some other positions that we're having some difficulty finding staff for. And so we haven't changed these pay rates in a number of years, and we feel we need to be competitive with the market. And so that's one of the things I think, Ms. Garris, I believe you brought that up in one of our early priority meetings. And so that's something we've looked at and appreciate the input on that. And then increases in programs and services. So this is what we call our AP or accounts payable side. We had some increases that are listed out here. And I've provided a document for you, I think, actually it was emailed to you earlier this week with your packet that has a summary of each of these different items and how they're associated. And I would just point out to you as a point of information, you know, we have a contract or several contracts that are in here. Some are for survey tools, some are for software. We have the ground maintenance contract, some other things. Any contract that the district enters into is an annual contract that is renewable for the whatever terms are associated with it. We have a non-appropriations clause in every contract, and so therefore that makes it by default an annual contract. And that's so that if a budget line item is cut, you know, at the board's direction and the funds are not allocated, then the district is not obligated to the contract. So that, just point that out. Every contract we have is essentially an annual contract because of how they're structured. So $1.5 million of increases there. There have been no changes to this slide from first reading to second reading. And then we had some decreases in programs and services. Again, I'll just point out no changes to this slide. I will highlight a few large savings that we've achieved this year. We negotiated a significant premium decrease with our workers' compensation insurance to the tune of $750,000. We additionally negotiated property and casualty insurance decrease, and so about $250,000, almost $1 million premium savings there. And then we had some other areas where some things were decreased. You see the note there about the mental health counselors, that $100,000. We pay $20,000 per counselor with a partnership with the Department of Mental Health. And so those were transferred to ESSER II funding as they qualified for those funds. And then looking at our overall operating expenditures, you know, the proposed budget, this slide has the expenditures have gone up, obviously because of the additional payroll associated costs from you know, first reading to second reading. The increase is $5,462,785. And I just point out a few things on this slide. There's no change to the programs and services overall increase. That 338 stays the same. And you know, we are using or continuing to use a strategy that we implemented this year for the first time, and that was budgeting our payroll expenditures at less than 100%. This current year's budget, we budgeted at 98%. It looks like that we have a number of payrolls left to run, obviously, to get through the end of the year, and still we're moving and shaking with staffing and resignations and different things. But it looks like we're going to hit about a 95% payroll fill rate this year. And so over the last 7 years, we've been an average of 96.43% fill rate. And so we're taking this budget, this coming year, we're recommending using 97% as the target for that fill rate. And so, you know, given I think it's very market driven and environmental. And so given the conditions that we're living in with the market the way it is, and the availability of teaching resources, frankly, it's and other staff that we're working with, you know, we feel comfortable with that 97%. Obviously, every percentage point that you lower it by equates to essentially a $2.6 million savings, if you will, in the budget. So that's something that we will track very closely. And it's, again, something we implemented this year, and I think it's been proven, at least so far, to be very successful.
I would just be very cautious going below 97. And again, if 96.8 is our historical rate, we've fallen below because of all the teachers that have left the profession. And my guess is that once COVID goes through, there's going to be a surge. Our fill rate's going to be higher. So we're probably okay for this next budget year, but the next one, we may
have to dip back up.
Yeah, and it's hard to switch the millage and all that quickly, so I would be cautious there.
Right. And so I agree with you. We are watching this very closely, and as I mentioned, I think it's very environmentally driven. I mean, it's condition specific. You really have to watch what's going on. So, we'll monitor it this year, and we may, miss it slightly one way or the other. What we are trying to avoid is, if you budget at 100%, in a budget with a $268 million payroll, you budget at 100%, as I mentioned, you could be throwing another 5.2 or really even $7 or more million in a budget that you're not going to spend. So it's a way to be as conservative as possible with that budget and avoid undue millage burden on our business.
But the district doesn't lose that money because part of our budget comes from fund balance, and so we just don't tap into the fund balance to fund the budget.
That's correct.
So again, we don't lose the money.
Right.
Well, and to me, I'm just picturing the point on the graph where our fill rate has dipped so that then our class sizes start going up. I mean, because the fill rate means we don't have teachers to fill the spots that we need to keep our class sizes. So it's good that that it's saving us budget dollars, but it also is a little scary to me if that keeps sliding, that then we're not keeping up ground and keeping teachers in our classrooms.
Right. Well, and I would point out, that's very true. I would also point out that there are a number of other positions in the school system. We have, close to 4,000 positions, and we have, just over 2,000 teachers. So you've got a number of support staff. And frankly, our housekeeping staff right now, it's very difficult to get housekeepers. And so other things play into that also have a direct impact on, the educational experience of our students. So it is something we'll monitor closely. This chart really kind of highlights, our mission and what we're here for. We employ, as I mentioned, almost 4,000 employees, and so we're a large system, and to serve the needs of 26,000 plus students, it takes that many teachers and staff, and you see where the money goes. It's salaries and related costs. It's not in utilities, maintenance, programs, and services. Those are minor pieces of the overall budget. So we put our money in our most valuable resource, which is our employees, teachers in the classroom, and our staff supporting those teachers on a daily basis. Taking a quick look at our revenue. I know this chart's very busy, but really what you can take away from this chart primarily is this is the base student cost. The blue line is kind of where we should be funded, and the green line is where we are at least here, anticipated to be funded, or where we were funded, and there's a big gap there, and so that leaves us to make that gap up every year. This year, we're looking at the Senate version base student cost calculation is about $2,516 per student. So it's up from the original. I think the House version was around $2,500. So hopefully it'll stay at that higher level. Dr. Powers asked the last meeting about fund balance, and so we probably giving you more information than you want here, but it's a good summary of the history of our fund balance over the last really 11 years, or 10 years or so, I guess. Right now, beginning of this past year, we had a fund balance of $65.9 million. You recall that we did a few things throughout the course of the year with the surplus that we brought forward from last year that was included in that 65.9. So the 8.6 million that we used to pay the one-time payment for employees, that was about 6.6, and then the step increase for all eligible employees that was brought on by the legislature, a few months ago, comes out of that. So we'll have a look again at this, in a few months. as we close out this fiscal year. Excuse me, it's a little too early still because of all the payrolls and things we have left to process to really project an ending fund balance for this year. We do anticipate having a small surplus. We don't anticipate it being the $8 million, but we do anticipate a small surplus, at least at this point. So we'll monitor that closely, but that gives you kind of a layout of where we are.
And what's the target unassigned fund balance as a % of budget for our rating agencies they'd like to see?
They really want to see, kind of an industry standard is really around 16% at
16.
a minimum.
Okay.
At a minimum. And so that healthy fund balance generates you a much higher bond rating, which generates you a very attractive bonds to sell. Obviously, in the past few years, we've sold a number of bonds, and we still have some to sell. You recall we've generated as a result of that great credit rating, which, by the way, these are independent national credit rating agencies, Standard & Poor's, Moody's, that are, do all Fortune 500 companies and so forth. They come in and they look at our books. They uncover all of our books and look at our CAFRs and everything involved in all of our financial reporting, and they establish those credit ratings. And as a result of our efforts and how you, the board, operate, and how the finance team and our schools operate and expend our budgets, we've been able to, through our most recent bond sales, generate $22 million worth of bond premium, which is money that is sent to the district that we weren't planning on out of that $365 million bond referendum. Essentially, it means that we have that additional money on top to use towards projects related to that referendum. And that's all because of the bond ratings that we have. So this fund balance, if they see a trend where you start to dip significantly, that would be alarming to them. We had a credit call a few months ago. They're very curious about how districts are operating right now with COVID and what this looks like post-COVID and how that rating has changed and our balances. And so we've been able to be pretty steady with that and got really positive feedback from
and
those
if we
agencies.
hadn't had the attrition of teachers and the staff turnover that we saw because of COVID, that percentage would be lower because we would have had more salaries. So,
That's right.
I mean, you can't predict the future.
That's right. Taking a look quickly at our projected revenues, these we are based on the Senate version as we indicated. You see a small decrease in local sources. That's the $130,000 in our investment income that we reduced. You see the increases in state sources and transfers. The state pays, the state EIA pays through one fund, and the money is transferred. Every district does it this way. It's transferred into another fund, and that's why it shows up like that, and that transfers from other funds. That's the teacher salaries generally that come through. And so there's some increases there, and then increases in the main state revenue sources as well. We are showing at this point an operational balance usage of 7.4, which is up, I think, from the little over $5 million in the first reading. To cover some of that. But again, I would reiterate to you that we anticipate some surplus at the end of this year, and so we would not anticipate actually having to draw that whole amount down or take that big of a hit on our overall fund balance. And so these lines will change potentially if the House and the Senate come together in late June and conference and decide what they want to keep in. We'll have to adjust our revenues accordingly associated to that.
Mr. Salters, can you give a timeline about what that looks like? I think there's some once upon a time somebody talked about fuzzy math. There's a little fuzzy math about when they're coming back together.
Sure.
If you could walk through that just a little bit for us.
So they're planning to come back together right now, June 8th through the 10th, and then the following week, which are 21st to the 23rd, and then the 29th and 30th, I think are the dates on the calendar that they're planning to come back. Obviously, the budget is a priority to take up during that time, but it may be that they don't conference and land on a budget until, the 29th. And so we're kind of at their mercy with some of this stuff. And so we by our board policy, your board policy, our board policy, we're required to post a notice of the third reading and public hearing at least 15 days prior to our meeting with all of the information we'll have for third reading. Really makes it difficult. I mean, it's a state law too that we have to do this. It really makes it kind of difficult to work that because of the legislature's ability to delay their work. And I understand it's very complicated and they have a lot of issues to sort through. But we will bring a third reading to you guys on the 22nd based on our all the information we have available. And hopefully they will come to some resolution. Ideally, they would do that like the 8th through the 10th, and we can have a really good idea of where things are going to land.
And one other thing, can you also let the board know about ESSER 3? Because from our end, we've actually been delayed in terms of the information they've given us. I think y'all said it on a meeting. Y'all may know more about it than we do. Can you kind of talk about how we're trying to look at ESSER 3 as part of our budget process as well?
Yeah, unfortunately, with the way ESSER 3 has been put out, there's some hope initially that we might be able to kind of piggyback some of the timing of those funds with our budget process. But the amount of money wasn't announced until I guess about a week and a half ago. And there's still really not a lot of clear guidance out. In fact, we have a meeting middle of next week for CFOs to meet with the State Department and others to talk through. There's some guidance that has been released about some percentages of money have to be spent for certain things. But we don't have a whole lot of detail. There's a requirement about developing a plan and providing an opportunity for input on the plan, but there's no detail about how that's supposed to look. And so it's going to kind of be a fast and furious process over the next few weeks once they start releasing some of that information. And then we can get together and sort out what that looks like. In our district, it's about $27 million is our allocation roughly. And so we anticipate similar spending criteria to the previous allotments, and with that stipulation that certain portions of that money have to be used for certain things. So we'll certainly be bringing you more information, but the timing of it is not going to coincide such that you might consider adding some additional FTE and know that by June 22nd. I don't think that's really feasible. But we'll see it. We may be able to work something like that out. But again, that may be not something you want to consider doing. As we talked about early on in those conversations, creating that funding cliff, because after 3 years, that money's going to not be there to support that FTE, and so it makes it really difficult for anyone.
Well, when you plan your family budget, you plan it based on the resources you have, not that bonus you think you're going to get or that extra check that grandma's going to send or whatever.
Right.
So I think that it's very important that our budget is based on what we know and really at this point in time what we can control.
That's right.
And let the ESSER fund kind of work its way through whatever the system is that they're coming up with.
And I think too, the real danger with this, it's hard to envision danger with more money coming, but the real danger with this is that for the longest time, we've now said we need more money. We need more money. We need more money as a school district, or just as a state. And now all of a sudden we will get this funding, but the funding is constrained based off the rules in which it's given. And so you can't go, well, you could. You could go rogue and you could hire all the teachers and do all the things that you would want to do. But in 3 years, you're going to have some very difficult conversations. And so that money is, at least to my understanding, is very constrained. And so while it is additional funds, It's not additional funds that would necessarily be used in the way that, say, increased student-based costs would. And so
Right.
hopefully legislators don't come back and say, well, you know, we gave you all this money, but we didn't see enough improvement. Well, that's not true. You know, it's based off of the ability to use the money, how we determined that the students of Lexington 1 would need it.
Right.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
So obviously, the board has the authority to, through the budget process, to levy mills to support the budget. You recall that due to Act 388, the millage levy is only on business and 6%, 10% manufacturing. It is not on owner-occupied housing, and so the 4% house that most folks are familiar with, you don't pay anything for school operations. So these mills that we're talking about right now would not affect those individuals. There's a calculation that's done each year. We have the calculation now. It was released. It's based on the CPI, Consumer Price Index. So we can actually go up. We had anticipated in first reading about 11 mills. I'll give Deborah credit. She about hit it on the head, 11.03. We'll let that slide a little bit. She's really good at this stuff. But the actual calculation is 11.03 mills that we could go up. Act 388 also provides a look-back provision. If you recall, where you can, if you don't use the mills in a given year, you can look back for a number of years and recapture those mills and levy them. So actually, we could levy 37.85 mills of look back, because the last time we levied any millage was in 2018, and that was a 4.45. But you see, the last 2 years we haven't increased millage at all, and this year we're proposing not to do that as well. And so, but you could do that if you chose to do that. So just wanted to point that out.
Well, and I
Yes,
would
sir.
add, if the legislature funded us at the base student costs for our current student enrollment, which again was part of the promise of the penny sales tax statewide for public education, then we could actually lower mills by 41 mills to our community and our business. And I would argue that Lexington County generates a lot of sales tax revenue. So it's unfortunate that the legislature isn't funding us at the base student cost so we could lower mills on our community.
Right. Just to show you what the calculation would look like, the millage rate that we levy is the 308.86, and the value of a mill, the most recent value from the county is $312,651. And so if you levied the 11.03, it would generate about $3.4 million. But again, we're not recommending any millage levy at this point in second reading. So, with that, I'll be happy to answer any other questions that you have, or flip back to some charts that you want to refer to if you need to for discussion.
I know you and I, Mr. Salters, have had a lot of conversations this week through email with a lot of questions that you answered. I appreciate that. So I don't have really any questions tonight. But during the first reading, I was recovering from a root canal. So I didn't get to say thank you to our finance team. I appreciate everything y'all have done. And also, more than anything, I appreciate the opportunity to have a meeting where we discussed our priorities and to see those actually in the budget, line item by line item. So I just wanted to thank all of y'all for that.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I'd be curious to hear from SLT, just as you look at this budget, your thoughts.
Who wants to go first?
So I think it was back in March or April, I don't remember exactly when, that we talked about, I think Ms. Green wrapped up our priorities in our budget moving forward to be heavily laden with social and emotional learning. And I think a lot of our ideas and thoughts and requests in our budget for the upcoming year supports that. I think that is, it's always been important, and COVID has certainly amplified and highlighted that. I will also say that I'm hopeful that we'll be able to increase our supervision of our nurses through the nursing coordinator. That is a long-needed addition. Again, it's not just COVID related. There's lots of things that happened pre-COVID and will happen post-COVID that taxes the clinical side of nursing, because nursing is in this odd place where it's both administrative and clinical. And having one person supervise over 50 nurses and all of the myriad things that they have to do and have to perform every day, I think it's a much needed addition, and it's no hit to the budget at all. So that's promising. So I think from our customer service perspective and our social and emotional support system, I think we're moving in the right direction from a student services perspective to meeting those goals and objectives.
I would just add to what Mr. Caldwell has already said. I'm real pleased with, in this budget, that we have, our North Star has been our strategic plan. Those of you who are in organizations or run businesses, you know that you want to be better next year than you were the past year. And that's what we've striven to do in this budget. Mr. Salters and his staff have worked really hard on this budget. I'm especially pleased that we've taken care of our people, all of our people. The word equity was used this year by one of our tonight by one of our citizens. And this is an equitable budget. We have addressed an increase in salary for everyone in the district who works here, and I'm real pleased about that. You know, the bulk of our budget is in people, and we're a good school district because of the people that we recruit and hire and retain. And so I really appreciate the board's support on that, but I'm satisfied. This is a very good budget after a very challenging year.
I would agree that, I mean, I think the win in this budget, bar none, is to try to have those low target class sizes. I think it's a win for our teachers. I think it's a win for our students, even more so. When we talk about learning loss and trying to recoup learning loss, the best way you can do that is to get the class sizes down to where it can be more individualized. I realize that we would love to have it even more lower than it is now. But then the things that impact that are space. And so if you're going to have lower class sizes and more teachers, you got to have a place to put them. And then you got to be able to find those teachers at the same time. So even if we could find the teachers, in some cases, it'd be really difficult to place them somewhere. And so I do think this is really an intentional budget that really is going to have a big impact on our kids and our teachers' well-being. So, I mean, I can't say that enough. I just really think that's one of the biggest wins we have in the whole thing.
Thank you. And Dr. Talley, you know, your sage advice will certainly be missed. You hit on a very important part about being better next year than you were this year. You know, you're exactly right. In business, you want to be the best. And just like the school district, we want to be the best school district. When we look at our surrounding school districts, and nothing against them, we just want to be the best. But once you become the best, you come to realize that the competition is really against yourself at the end of it. It's called an infinite game. And so the infinite game is that can Lexington 1 be better every year? Better every year. And so I think that's very sage advice about this budget. So thank you.
Well, I wanted to mention that, you know, Lexington 1 is considered a leader in so many ways. But after our first reading, I actually received contact from several chairs of boards in the area, neighboring districts, wanting a copy of the presentation of our first reading, and how are you doing this, and what, because even on our budget, other districts pay attention. We're a trendsetter, a trailblazer on things, and I mean, and I'm so excited because the first reading was great, but the second reading, I mean, really, you've upped up the ante on this. And I'm just incredibly pleased, like Dr. Talley said, that we're taking care of our people, because this district is phenomenal, because the best people work here. And day in and day out, in spite of all the curveballs that get thrown at them every day, they're here and they're, loving on kids and teaching kids and mentoring kids, and that's our mission is children. And so I think that anything we can do to take care of the people that are in the buildings every day, taking care of our children, that if we're taking care of those people, then we're doing our jobs. So thank you very much for this. Board, is there any other discussion?
I don't mean to belabor the point that Mike made, but just again, the biggest impact to me as a retired educator and principal is student-teacher ratios. And I think if you talk to any teacher, any principal, they say, what's the biggest thing we could do to impact student achievement? It would be student-teacher ratios. I mean, if you ask Horace Mann, I think he would probably say that. So thank you for doing that. That's, to me, the most exciting thing in this budget. There's a lot of good things too, but that's the biggest impact that we can have. So thank y'all for designing that. And let's keep it in there.
Madam Chair, I'll just take a second to thank our finance team. We have the best finance team in the country. I mean, hands down. And they do a lot of work to help support the needs of our schools and to put this together. And they tolerate my crazy ideas and, hey, why don't we try to look at this, or what should we do this? Let's think about it this way. And so I really appreciate their support and coming together and always finding a way to make things work and doing it with integrity and confidence in our staff. So thank you.
All right, we ready to move on to item 10.0, action items? All right, do I hear a motion to approve a request for a South Carolina high school diploma pursuant to Act 155 of 2014?
Madam Chair, I move that the board approve one individual request to receive a South Carolina high school diploma pursuant to Act 155 of 2014.
Thank you, Ms. Henson. Do I have a second? Thank you, Dr. Powers. All right, I think that we probably need some discussion on this, and I think Mr. Caldwell is going to share that with us.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and members of the board. You may recall that prior to 2015, students had to pass an exit exam along with their other requirements to receive a high school diploma. At that time, it was called HSAP, which was a high school assessment program going back to the late 80s, early 90s. We had BSAP. Well, around 2014, 13 or 14, the state removed that requirement as a graduation requirement. Prior to that time, when students completed all their coursework but did not pass HSAP, they received a certificate of completion, or certificate of attendance, I think it was called. So Act 155 says that since HSAP is no longer a requirement, students can retroactively go back and request a diploma because the HSAP, or the exit exam, in this case HSAP, is no longer a requirement. And so there's a process that they have to go through. And we have a student from 2013, 8 years ago, because there is no time limit, there is no sunset on this, and there's no, they can petition the board at any time, and that's what has happened. And our counseling department has vetted this, and the student has met all other graduation requirements and is requesting us to continue the process so she can receive her high school diploma. So that's the reason we bring this to you today for your approval.
Well, I think that's terrific. Yeah. Board, is there any discussion? All right. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? And the motion carries. All right. And now we are at 11.0, which is the superintendent's report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Certainly in the interest of time, I'll try to keep my comments brief as we move on to the operations report. But the last week, the governor's executive order certainly took us off guard. and really had us scrambling there last Tuesday night, and disrupted our schools here at the end of the year. I think at that point, we had about 20 days of school left when he made that decision. I've heard from both parents who want to wear a mask, and certainly we've heard from parents who don't want to wear a mask. And I think what I want to stress to you and to our community is our schools are really working with parents to try to accommodate them as much as possible. Schools are being creative and flexible about their approach. You know, our goal right here is to make it through the last 15 days. That's really, that's really what our goal is. We want to have a successful last closing of school. And we want to be sensitive to all of our students, regardless of whether or not they wear a mask, regardless of what their families believe or don't believe. We want to make sure that we're trying to accommodate those families and accommodate those schools. Just wanted to give you a quick survey this afternoon. Show approximately 2/3 of our students are still wearing masks, but that number is not hard and fast. And I just remind you, it is a moving target. Currently still remaining, we still have testing, final exams, end-of-year celebrations, ceremonies, and graduations. And it's our hope, that these will happen uninterrupted. We continue to recommend the use of masking as the CDC and DHEC recommend over these last 15 days. The big thing is I want to encourage our families, if you have questions or concerns about either seating arrangements in a classroom or whatever it may be, we really encourage you to ask your administrative team. They will be more than happy to work with you to find a solution, and that's really been our message to our schools. Try to find your best solution. We'll have some people who want their students wearing masks and maybe are uncomfortable sitting beside a student who's not wearing a mask, so we're trying to accommodate them. We're trying to accommodate a wide variety of people in a classroom with a realization that we are here at the end of the year and we want to make these last days count as much as possible. So just want to tell you that's what we're working on for sure over the last week. And, we continue to make sure we have a successful closing. I'd now like to turn it over to Mr. Salters about our operations update.
Thank you, Dr. Little, and I will also be brief in the interest of time. Just bringing you some pictures this evening of our construction going on Lakeside Middle School on Old Cherokee. You can see significant progress has been made here over the last few weeks on this campus. This is the prototype plan, Beechwood and Pillion Middle School, the new facility, classroom wings, and our main office and library and cafeteria space. And they're now our theater and gymnasium are starting to take shape on the right-hand side here on the property. So much of the facility is roofed and in the dry. We got windows in, so it really is moving forward. You can kind of see the site split on 2 levels. We have the school site here, and then we have the play field area up here, the driveway, staff driveway and service driveway, and then the parent driveway is being worked on here shortly. That's an aerial shot of the auditorium there. It's been dug out and ready for the seating. It's hard to kind of get a perspective of this, but this is actually an underground storage system that is being in place for stormwater mitigation. We're required to maintain and handle our stormwater on our site, and so that work has started there. It gives you kind of a close-up view of some of the finishes of the facility. And then in the interior shot, you can see the progress is off the second story, kind of looking back towards the main entrance. And this is the library, and the main stairwell would be right back here. And looking kind of back the other way now, this is the entrance to the library, main stairwell, center commons area. This is that main wall there on the left side. This wall has looked a little bit different at each of our facilities. We try to change the finishes up a little bit to match the school. This is the cafeteria space, serving lines, and all are installed. The hood and the freezer coolers are installed. The tile is on the floors. It's just protected with the plywood there. Which in today's world probably costs more than the tile. So we have to keep our eyes on that stuff. This is a shot in the library looking out to the courtyard. And now that this is the third iteration of this plan, you probably are recognizing these photos and been in the buildings and can kind of see what you're looking at. That's not a swimming pool. That is waterproofing. And this is the stage in the auditorium, and the concrete slab has been poured there and waterproofed for the seating there. So, and this slab is, I think, now poured as well. Moving on to White Knoll High School, 32 classroom addition off the front. Really is a great addition to this campus. It blends in very well. Looks like it was there all along. Very excited about this opportunity for White Knoll High School to come out of the portable classrooms they have. And just some interior shots. You can see we have ceiling tile in and lighting and so forth. So really making good progress. This is kind of the center stairwell of that classroom addition. But we'll be should be ready for occupancy of this space by the start of the school year. A little issue with the way the sewer connects in with the other areas, and we may have to do some creative work there to try to get that where we can occupy.
You
this
don't
at the
usually
same
hear
time.
sewer and creative in the same sentence,
Well,
Mr. Salters.
Yeah, that's welcome to operations. And so this is an aerial shot of the Performing Arts Center. You see we now have the most of the exterior walls up. And then this is the main stage, the fly loft area, and the seating for patrons will be here. It's just kind of a view looking straight at the proscenium opening of the main stage there. They have an orchestra pit that is here like the other performing arts centers on our campuses at our other high schools. And then it's just a kind of photo further out just for perspective. And the new addition is off the front over here, so this is kind of off to the side of the facility. Moving on to Gilbert High School, excited to actually show you a little bit of progress here now. The main entrance to the campus is here, student parking is here, gymnasium's here, Performing Arts Center and wrestling and weight room are going back here. We've actually opened up footings there. We have some underground detention for stormwater mitigation going in here. Once that's completed, we'll really be able to kind of move forward with some of the footing work. But they're moving along now that we've gotten some of the site work out of the way. So starting to make some good progress there. So excited about this addition. This will be really the last performing arts center each of our high schools, and then we'll have access to a performing arts center. Those are the big projects we have going right now. Obviously, we update our website, and you can track the progress of our referendum at this link, and be happy to answer any questions you have. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Salters. All right, moving on to 12.0, new business. This is 12.1, policy GCF and GCFR. Do I have a motion to untable policies GCF, GCFR, professional staff hiring?
Madam Chair, I move to untable policy GCF, GCF-R from January 19, 2021 board meeting.
Thank you, Dr. Guyton. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Is there any discussion? All right, all in favor of untabling these policies, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Thank you, and the motion carries.
So this is Jane. I'm going to withdraw my original motion.
Thank you, Ms. Garris. Ms. Garris made the original motion at the January 19th, 2021 meeting. Is there any objection to her withdrawing her motion? All right, thank you. Since there is no objections, her motion is withdrawn, and we will move on to the first reading of policy GCF, GCFR, and will be presented by the ad hoc committee and Dr. Guyton, who chaired that committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Come to you from the policies that are referred for review through the ad hoc committee. The ad hoc committee consisted of Ms. Garris, Mr. Anderson, and Dr. Little to further deliberate and discuss and for this matter, we'll talk about GCF. You have been provided a copy of this. And the crux of the discussion really sort of centered around, if you go down to paragraph 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, paragraph 8 starts with the chief human resource officer will advertise. The main discussion centered around, should we advertise all job vacancies, or what sort of freedoms are allowed within that? As we reviewed not only additional board policies surrounding model board policies, we also reviewed how South Carolina in general handles this. And so we obtained the Department of Administration guidelines, and they actually had additional bullet points than what we adopted. But you can see here that it will be, or it's being proposed that all job vacancies within the district be posted under the following exceptions: reassignment of employee to another position at same organizational level, and you can read further down. The main discussion really sort of centered around the ability to conduct the business of Lexington One, of educating students, of appreciating where we're at with the ability and the timeliness to which we need to fill certain positions, and also the accountability that comes with it. The additional ability for any staff within Lexington One to feel that they have the opportunity for advancement. And so really this is not meant to be restricting to the superintendent. It's not meant to be restricting to the district itself. If anything, it's meant to support the function of Lexington School District 1 and to provide for all of that. And so that was our main discussion centered around GCF. I will like to point out that upon review, if you look at the bottom of the page, you will see a sentence that begins, "The superintendent or his or her designee may determine whether advertising the vacancy is necessary or whether the position may be filled through some other means." At first glance, this would appear almost argumentative to the bullet points above, but I would point out that you need to then reflect back to the sentence prior to that, and it has to do with job vacancies that occur within the school year being of a temporary nature. Dr. Little, can you speak to that?
Absolutely. I think what that's speaking to there is so, for example, if you had, I'll just give you, I think one example is if you have an assistant principal who has to leave suddenly during the year, we may just put in an interim person, and that person's year, at the end of the year, we would have to go through the process for hiring that person. If we felt going through the process at the time could disadvantage a school, typically you don't want to, you try to not pull out somebody in October who are in the classroom. So it just makes it for that year, and then you would go through the process. In fact, we did something that's similar in HR this year, as a matter of fact. So it's those kinds of things. When you lose people mid-year, just providing flexibility. But again, there's a finite moment there. That's not their permanent position.
Thank you. So with regard to GCF, we present that for first reading to the board. And with regard to GCF-R, you will not see any material changes from what was originally referred to the committee. And there it is for your review. And so myself or any of the committee members can answer any questions that you have at this point.
Thank you, Dr. Guyton. And of course, as this is the first reading, if you think of anything between now and the second reading, feel free to forward those to HR or to Dr. Guyton, but maybe HR and Dr. Guyton for inclusion before the second reading. All right, moving on to 12.2, which is the first reading of policy GDF, GDFR. Do I have a motion to untable policies GDF and GDFR support staff hiring?
Madam Chair, I move to untable policy GDF and GDF-R from the January 19, 2021 board meeting.
Thank you, Dr. Guyton. Do I have a second? Second. Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Is there any discussion? All right. All in favor of untabling policies GDF and GDFR, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? And the motion carries.
So I'm going to withdraw my motion from the table.
Thank you, Ms. Garris. Ms. Garris made the original motion on January 19th regarding policies GDF, GDFR, and she has asked to withdraw her motion. Are there any objections? Okay, if none, then it has been withdrawn, and we'll move to the first reading of policy GDF, GDFR. Again, I will turn it over to Dr. Guyton.
So, Madam Chair, this is number 3 of the 4 policies that were referred to the ad hoc committee. With regard to policy GDF, I'll draw your attention to the first paragraph. It has been the typical board practice when it comes to support staff hiring for notification of support staff hiring rather than it coming to the board for vote. Quite frankly, state law is ambiguous within this area, and we have typically found that across the state, there's probably about a 50-50 with regard to districts and how they operate. Some districts do ratify positions, other school districts do not ratify support staff positions. And so we really wanted to seek to determine clarity on this. So you will see in the second sentence, the superintendent will notify the board of all newly hired support staff and is subject to ratification by the board within 90 days of employment. The superintendent is authorized to assign and reassign support staff in the best interest of the district. Now, I will point out that there was a lot of discussion about this and the ability to hire, say, for example, a bus driver. And if we are in a bus driver shortage, we do not want we do not want a vote by the board to hold that hiring up. We believe it significantly would impact the ability of the district to perform the work. And so by means of ratification within the 90-day period will allow us to do just that. It will comply with what can be perceived as ambiguous state law, but also not make a board vote a precondition to employment, which was very important to not only the district, but to us as well as the board. And so that was the main crux of this conversation regarding GDF. I'll answer any questions, or the committee will answer any questions.
So how does the district handle a hiring decision? The employee starts, they drive a bus for 30 days, it comes to the board, and we don't ratify it. Do we fire them at that point?
So it's within a 90-day window?
So they come, that's even work, they work for us 2 months, and at 60 days, we say, nope, we don't support Brent Powers as a bus driver. So
there's also exists within the work agreement, and Mr. Stacey, you can speak to this as well, a 90-day probationary period, and so that may possibly occur either way. So it may be that during that probationary period that the person is determined not to be a fit for the position, and therefore the ratification is retracted, if you will. The position is retracted. Mr. Stacey?
So that happens anyway. I mean, every support staff person is hired on a 90-day probation. My question would be, would it be like I give y'all the board report each month that includes the support staff hires? Is it simply a motion out of executive session to accept the board report as presented?
It would correspond to current practice. And so with current practice being, here are your certified recommendations, here are the support staff recommendations. And rather than saying for report only, it would be for ratification purposes. And again, that was important to us as well, to not make sure that we're taxing an already busy HR department with additional bureaucracy.
So I talked to Georgetown School District, and that's what they do. He presents the board report, similar to what I do for y'all with everybody listed, and where you have a motion to accept certified, you have a motion to accept certain numbers of administrators. My thinking is then you would have a motion that would accept or ratify the board board report as presented or something like that.
And that was the feeling of the committee as well.
And so that, your report to us, would it correspond with that 90-day probationary period so that we're not ratifying people?
So what would happen there is you get the board report once a month. So it would be the support staff people that we hire from one board meeting to the next, or recommended for future hire from that board meeting. So it could be a combination. If you noticed, it wasn't tonight, but I think the last board report, there were some recommendations for the rest of this year and maybe one or two for next year. So you would just be ratifying that as it's presented. I think that's the way it would work.
But we could have the potential of telling a bus driver who'd worked for us for 60 days that not because of performance, but because the board did not approve their hire, we're terminating them.
I don't think it would, I think 60 days is a stretch. I mean,
30 days.
It would be less than 30 days because we have a board meeting at least once a month. And as of late, we've had them every 2 weeks. So it's, you know, it would happen more frequently that you would ratify it. But then I think Dr. Guyton is correct. If we had somebody working that would be on a 90-day probation, then we'd have to, and y'all must, well, I don't want to guess what y'all might do, but I'm thinking, I mean, it would be a situation where there was poor performance or something. There'd be a reason for why we would not move them forward.
Right, it wouldn't just be out of the blue.
I mean, I can't imagine that you would, I don't like this guy's name, so let's send him on his way.
I think when we had new board member training, the attorney gave us an instance where once an employee had been basically hired by the district and they were on probation, it was found out that they had some kind of criminal charges. So the school district just said, the board has not ratified your employment. You basically weren't hired to begin with, and so we're just gonna let you go.
But I think they can do that anyway, can't you?
Right, right.
You can, because with certified staff, that's what happens. It never comes back for a 90-day probationary review. And again, as a board, we don't want to be in 90-day probationary review.
And for certified staff, we typically don't start them till after the board has voted on it.
Because, I mean, that's.
And that is the main difference, is that for certified staff, the board vote is a precondition to employment, whereas with support staff, it is not a precondition to employment.
But the board has the power to reverse the decision, not based upon performance.
Correct. In similar fashion, we would have the ability to not approve a certified submittal. Moving to GDF-R, there was no material change from what was provided to the ad hoc committee, and so that stands as originally presented. On a personal note, I will say that I am very proud of the work that was done by Ms. Garris, Mr. Anderson, and Dr. Little, and the time that was spent on this. This was a first for us, you know, and so it was a little bit of us trying to work our way through that. I will say that, you know, we all come to this with our own opinions, our ideas, maybe even contact from the community, maybe contact from teachers, support staff, whatever it may be. And so all of that weighed into this decision. And additionally, I will say that when we approach this, I asked Dr. Little to approach this, yes, as the superintendent of Lexington School District 1, but also approach this as us preparing for the superintendent 15, 20 years from now. Not that you're, you know, on timeline, Dr. Little, but you get what I'm saying is that we need to prepare for. We need to set a policy that provides success for both the board as well as current superintendent and future superintendent. And so I think we did that. I believe we accomplished that. And so, again, I just want to thank the ad hoc committee for their time.
And I would echo that. Thanks, Dr. Guyton and the committee for the work that you've done. Especially kind of this was uncharted territory for our board and for our administration. And I appreciate HR being involved with the committee. I know that y'all did yeoman's work with that as well. And so I think a lot went into this, very thoughtful work. And so board, just take some time to review the recommendation, and second reading will be at our June meeting. All right, item 3.0 is items for board information.
No, there's one more.
Oh, is there one more? What, did I miss something?
We need one more. It's,
Oh, I'm so sorry.
12.3.
Yes.
This is an important one, too.
Yes, and this is the important one. I apologize. They are
Even
all
more important.
This is very, yes.
This is really timely, I mean, is what I should say, urgent.
All right, we do have also first reading of policy EBCB, which is safety plans and drills. And I believe Mr. Salters is talking us through that one.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. This is for first reading, and this policy, as you'll note in your agenda item analysis, stems from the South Carolina Code of Laws 5917-160 that was put in place in 2018 in conjunction with State Fire Marshal's Office and the South Carolina Department of Education. We've actually been waiting on a model policy to come out. And so that law basically changes the requirements for drills and some documentation procedures and things like that related to those drills. And so you'll be happy to know that these things we are already doing. And so we were waiting to get the policy to formalize it. It does replace the policy EBBC that was in place, I think last revised in 5 of 1985. And so the requirement is that we have this new policy on the books by July 1st. And so we're bringing it to you tonight for first reading. Happy to answer any questions, look to your feedback over the next month, and we'll bring it to you for second reading at our June meeting. But we do need this policy in place July 1.
Thank you, Mr. Salters. Board, do you have any questions for him at this time? 10:15 at night is not when you want to talk about fire drills. No. All right. Thank you very much. This is a very important policy, and we do need to have it in place by July 1st. So thank you for bringing that to us this evening. All right. I do believe that we are at 13.
I do have a quick question. How many fire drills do schools normally do?
Once a month.
Okay, so, okay.
Okay. Item 13.0, items for board information. Board, you'll find in your packet the monthly general fund financial report, the monthly general fund budget transfers, monthly capital projects report, and the monthly unauthorized procurement report to review. And at this time, we are at item 14.0, which is the adjournment. I just wanted to mention, board, as a reminder that tomorrow morning is one of my favorite ceremonies that we get to participate in, and that's the Lexington One Special Programs graduation, and that is tomorrow morning in the LOPAC, and it is worth every minute there. It is just so exciting to see those students cross the stage and receive their certificates, and so that is tomorrow morning. Hope to see you all there. Do I hear a motion to adjourn the meeting?
Madam Chair, motion to adjourn.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Is there a second? Thank you, Dr. Guyton. All in favor? Good night. Thank you very much.